Hello, I'm Azai. Welcome back to VenusBlood Frontier. It's actually been quite a while since I last recorded an episode for anything really. Since I just finished up Alcana last week, right? So I wasn't really recording Alcana for the past 4 days? Well, 3 days technically, but you know, yesterday was a break day for me. The thing was though, so I took a look at the synopsis for Alcana's Extra 1 and Extra 2 DLC, or you know, like a fan disc. It seems that the fan disc actually has a lot of story. And if you guys don't know what fan discs are, usually it's just more games that give you fan service about the character that you like. It usually just gives them more romance scenes and then more H scenes. But what made me curious about Alcana's fan disc was that the Extra 2, which is Misaki's fan disc, I usually don't base my my rating or my enjoyment of a game based on their popularity or based on their voting system. If you guys see VNDB, there's actually a voting system there for people that have already finished the game, and they would rate the game based on the number that they think the game was, you know, appropriate, right? So I voted the original Alcana game as an 8.5. That's mostly because of Misaki and Asuka's route. I don't even want to put in the... You know, I don't want my vote to become lower because of frickin' Mashiro and Rika's route. Those routes, to me, they just don't exist. Well, Rika's route mostly. Mashiro's is alright, but it's not anything special. But what surprised me when I saw Misaki's Extra 2 fan disc was that the votes or the rating system was way higher than Alcana's original game, which usually never happens, by the way. So Alcana has like a median, or not median, sorry, has a mean rating of 8.3 or something like that. And Misaki's, it's actually at an 8.7, which is very surprising. You normally don't see that ever happening. So my regret was actually not recording Alcana after I did the update about how I finished Alcana and all that stuff. So, I feel like if you guys on Patreon are not really in, you know, if you guys on Patreon don't have any new visual novels that you want me to play, after VenusBlood Frontier, I feel like I should go back to Alcana just for those 2 games for a tiny bit. It's probably gonna take quite a while though. From what I took a look at VNDB, it seems that each great game is around 10 hours. So that's about 5 episodes, right? If I want to do both Mashiro and Misaki, that's gonna be 20 hours. So that's gonna be, yeah. That's going to be 20 hours and 10 episodes when it comes to the Patreon uploads. So that's gonna be like 5 weeks. So, I don't know. If you guys have a recommendation about what game for me to play, I would still play it, of course, but I feel like the reason why I'm in a sense of urgency to play those is because if I play them later on, I might forget what the hell happens in the routes, right? And it feels like it might be not as enjoyable for me and for you guys if I just don't remember what the hell happened in, say, Misaki's route. Maybe not so much for Mashiro's route because I don't really think it's all that good. It's probably going to be like decent, but I don't think it's going to be amazing. Because I took a look at the rating and it seems it's a bit lower than the base Alcana game. Like I said, Alcana was at 8.3, and I think Mashiro's extra route or extra game is 7 point something. So not bad, but not like really good, right? Unlike Misaki's. So yeah, I just want to put that out there because I am feeling that VenusBlood Frontier here is going to be finished in relatively, I don't know, maybe 2 to 3 weeks. I took a look at the walkthrough and I have already known, or I know the ballpark of when we're gonna be finishing up all the playthroughs, or all the routes actually. So I was kinda, what's the word I'm looking for? SOL? What's the abbreviation for that? Something out of luck, right? So the reason why I did not get any, or I did not get into the Chaos route, was because when I played VenusBlood Frontier, there is a point system in the game, which I've already told you about before. The rain system, or the rain score, or the rain point, and also the conquest point. I did not get the minimum requirement for any of the routes. And that's because to get those points, you actually have to mingle with the girls. Which is like, what the fuck? Why wouldn't they just put it into the game and not have you mingle with the girls like at all? I believe that anyone that plays this game for the first time is most likely gonna get a normal route. There's no way they're gonna get the necessary points if they just mingle with people. You know, this game's a freaking H game. Why wouldn't people want to corrupt the goddesses, right? So I feel like that's such a bad game design. That means that all of my choices basically was kind of null, right? Because the choices that I did it matters, but you also have to supplement it with all of the mingle choices. Not to mention that I didn't even get all of the Demon Realm Sisters, right? I didn't get Hell, I didn't get Yorm. So those guys' points, I couldn't get at all. So that was like super dumb. But yeah, let's actually load the game. And yeah, as I said, if you guys have any other playthroughs you want me to play, I will still play those. But for the most part, I'm gonna try to play Alcana first, if you guys don't mind. Maybe for like 5 weeks, like I said. But yeah, this is going to be what I did, basically just like in Sengoku Rants. So I've already read through the walkthrough, and it said that the only changes for the game is actually on the 8th chapter. So if you either go into the Law or Chaos route, the chapter 8 is going to be super different. But the thing was, the common route was until chapter 7, until you actually get to that point where Sinmara was gonna take the heart from you. If you have the necessary points, you actually have a choice there. Whether or not you want to go to the Law route, the normal route, and the Chaos route. First things first, always do the mingle. But yeah, this is gonna be a lot of jump cuts for you guys. And for you guys on Patreon, I actually did not change anything. I didn't unrecruit my characters because I realized that some of my characters actually needed medals that I don't have. So we only have medals upwards to tier 3, right? If we want the 4th medal, the 5th medal, and the 6th medal, those are actually also tied to the amount of points that you have in the game. So it's a cumulative system. To get like the last medal system, or the last tier of the medal, which is a tier 6, you need like 90 points overall, cumulatively. So you gotta play this game like multiple times. It's just insane. And you might have realized that my resources are also 500,000. That's because I put in the wealth bonus. Because I was playing through the game actually without the bonus, and I realized that my resources were just going down super quickly. And you might have realized also we have the characters that we didn't have before, like Vedrang, Odin, Ymir. These guys carry over, surprisingly. I don't think this is gonna be too weird, hopefully. I don't even know whether or not if we get a second Turka, if we finish chapter 1 here, so it's gonna be quite interesting. But the reason why I got these guys was that I was lacking in units when I was playing through the game, like off camera without you guys. But yeah, for the most part, that's about it for this intro. I will only get to you guys once we get to a choice that actually matters on the game. So you will be seeing a lot of jump cuts. The reason why this is probably going to be an episode on its own is probably because when we do get Health and Rear and all of the goddesses, a lot of the mingle dialogue I didn't really show you guys, right? So I'll most likely be showing you guys those scenes. But yeah, for the most part, I'm just gonna be destroying these guys once again. So, see you guys once you get to your choice. Hello, and I'm back. We got our very first thing that will give us something here, which is this. Fina's scene with Loki. You actually have to put him to death over here. Let's see. Put him to death and I get a conquest point and a Fina point. I hope that doesn't auto me. Oh, sorry about that. The reason why I didn't skip this was because I actually already chose that scene before, or that option before, when I was playing through the game before. But yeah. Execute the prisoner. Show them what happens when you defy me. Man, this is gonna be a very awkward episode, I have a feeling. It doesn't matter. Either way, we're going to trample their land. If they learn how I do things, they shouldn't waste their time struggling. Huh. You do that. Fina bowed and walked away. As long as an execution was underway, Loki figured he would go watch. Okay, that's one conquest point. I will see you guys after the next scene. Or, you know, the next scene that has a choice. Alright, this is a scene that we will be getting another point now. So I'm gonna go skip this. But yeah, we're gonna fight back here so that we can get another conquest point. If this is our trump card, we need to see what we're dealing with. Everyone, take them on. So for people that don't know what this is the scene where Turka first used Nibelung to summon those hero spirits. Yeah, I'm just gonna go destroy these guys with Algrimir. Wow, we actually ambushed them. Wow. That girl got fucked. The Kraken, I mean. Wow, look at those dots. Jeez, Algrimir is so broken, I swear to goodness. Admittedly, the forces we fought so far seem like grunts compared to their strength, and there are still more coming. Shit, are her summons infinite? Fina, Garm, get the army together. Any further fighting is pointless. Let's retreat. But yeah, after this, it goes by the same. So those choices actually don't make too much of a difference, like I said. They're mostly for points that you get every single time you know, you pick a choice. You either get Conquest or Reign. But yeah, I will see you guys once we actually finish off. Actually, we will be getting the next option, or yeah, the next option on Chapter 2 once we go to Folk. So we're gonna go to Folk on Chapter 2. So we're not gonna be getting any more here. So see you guys in a bit. And we're back. This is the choice where Fina was asking you whether or not you are prepared, or sorry, I guess it's Vedrung here. Well, you can take a look at the dialogue and the bottom yourself. The reason why I said Fina there was because I actually saw Fina when I was skipping through the dialogue, so I thought she was the one asking this. But yeah, so it's Vedrung that talked about if we are prepared to do anything within our power. So I'm supposed to get Not in the Least here, and then we're gonna get a Rain point and a Fina affection point. And for some reason we didn't actually get the... Sorry about that, had to mute the mic. There was something loud outside. And I kind of lost my train of thought. I actually don't know what the hell I was talking about. I think I was talking about we getting rain points and Fina points. But I guess right now I should just talk about Loki's dialogue here. Oh, I was going to say that we didn't get that boom sound for the sound effect for getting an affection point. To retrieve that which I lost, I chose a path of carnage. No further loss is necessary, and I'll stake my pride on preventing it. I'll mow down anyone in my way if I must. Vedrang, my internal potential. Alright, I think we got 4 of those, so I will see you guys once I get another choice or option to get something else. See ya! And I'm back. So this is the scene where... I think Loki and Turka... No. Fina and Turka were talking about how Loki actually told Turka something about Sinmara. And we should be ignoring these guys right now. This doesn't give me any points though, but it does give me Fina affection points. It's so weird. And there's no, like, ding sound again. Next choice we're gonna get is when we get to mingle 10. Let's see, what else after that? Defeat Turka. 6 turns after, okay. So after 6 turns, we're gonna get a scene. So maybe after this turn right here. But I will see you guys in a tiny bit. And I'm back! Oh my god, I actually had to reload this from like a couple of save files back because I didn't save it over here. But it looks like I messed up here. I blame the fact that there's actually 2 choices where you actually have to... Or you know, where it's actually ignore on both times. So I actually have to clear up Fina's misunderstanding here. Fuck! Fina! Just so you know, I don't recall opening up to Turka. She knows about my mother only because she snuck a look at my memories. Despite all her arguing with Turka, Fina easily swallowed Loki's words and nodded. In exchange, it was Turka discontentedly biting her lip. Did you say something? As if she felt her time was wasted, Turka stomped away. Fina watched her leave and giggled. Fina, you knew the truth and messed with her anyway, didn't you? Fina squinted and gave Loki a bewitching smile. God, you're creepy, Fina. Fina? Loki sensed her obsession and felt shivers down his spine. Even against the goddess, Fina prepared for the worst. She wanted Loki all to herself. Yeah, she's a bit more creepy than I first thought. If you actually gave her affection, what the hell? Fina bowed and left. Loki couldn't say a thing. Alright, I'll see you guys in a tiny bit once again. But man, so many units that are actually attacking us. Okay, this is where we actually have to ignore the scene where Garm was actually acting suspicious. He says he has business. I may as well let him be. He has business apparently. Anyway, let's get started already, Fina. Don't play dumb. It's what you prepared my bet for, isn't it? When Fina realized what Loki was implying, Her fox ears twitched, then her half shamefully, half scornfully stared at him. Oh, and she half shamefully, half scornfully. God, this is so weird. I never really consider Fina as a love interest, so the fact that she's coming on to me this strongly is so awkward. That's why I'm telling you to hurry up. Go on. Get over here quickly. Loki took Fina's hand and forced her to come along to his tent. That was weird. A very weird transition. But yeah, I guess this is the same, right? Or maybe not. If we can take down this important base and folk, our army will have the overwhelming advantage. Let's move onward. What are you doing, Fina? Come along. What is it? Yeah, this should be the same. Yeah, see, it's the same. Alright, I'll see you guys once we get to another choice. We're back once again. This is right after we got Turka's very first H scene when we get her to 10 train. So we actually have to cheer up Turka here. What do we get? We get a Turka affection. But I don't think we actually get anything here. I don't even think we need the Turka affection other than for like an extra scene near the ending. But this is more prevalent if we are going to the law route. You haven't lost yet. Yeah, I'm supposed to do this one, right? Yeah, cheer up Turka. As long as you have your oath, the humans will side with you. If you don't want them to be sacrificed, do what you must to unite Yggdrasil and rise to action. Seemingly surprised, Turka looked up at Loki. He shrugged with disinterest. Your needless concerns are preventing you from focusing on combat. That's a problem. I don't need your thanks. Give me results. Loki's blunt demands made Turka smile. Man, this feeling is so weird considering what I did on the last playthrough. Huh, neither did I. But Turka, these are the only times you can show weakness. Don't let your soldiers see it, or it'll only give them needless anxiety. Below them, Loki's army and Edda's alliance stood together. Turka looked down at the united army of humans and monsters and nodded as if to herself. So, I'm actually gonna show you guys this one right after. So this is the Mingle event. We've already seen this, I think, right? We haven't? I thought I did. I thought we have. Oh, I guess that was on the save file before I had to reload. Or before I had to start from the scratch. That day's meeting ended without issue. Loki gathered up the parchment documents and stood from his seat to return to his room. His eyes suddenly landed on two people having a conversation. It was Turka and Fina. They were a rare combination. His curiosity piqued. Loki approached them. But yeah, this choice actually gives you a rain point, so yep, you have to mingle with these with the goddesses and also the other heroines if you want to get these points. If not, you guys are fucked. See, these events are so weird. I guess you're supposed to get this event by not actually training Turka, right? So you get this event first, and then you get that event where, like, Fina was, like, intimidating Turka. Turka paused. That she saw Loki's memories during their battle was something of a secret. Fina acted like she figured it all out and laughed. She likely made some wild assumptions. Loki was somewhat reluctant but spoke up. That's how what is. Fina unabashedly went on. Ridiculous. This was far off base. Appalled, Loki shook his head. After I know what I know, by the way, I feel like I don't really like Fina all that much. Fina's suspicions got a much more extreme reaction from Turka. Her shout made Loki and Fina stare. Fina was unperturbed. Turka sensed the situation was hopeless, blushed, and ran off. Only Loki and Fina remained. Fina, don't tease her too much. I'm not going to tolerate your drivel. Win over a goddess through romance, you say? Her sense of obligation isn't the most stable motive, so if you want her to stay with us, that would likely be safer. Finding the perfect person to tease seemed to make Fina happier. Her mischievous spirits sometimes produced good results, which only made it worse. As to how to handle Turka, of course, Loki didn't simply want her as a comrade either, but... I don't like her. I'm supposed to choose this one, and this will give me a rain point. I assume this one actually gives me conquest. I'll be the one to persuade Turka. One day, I'll make her mine. Her resemblance to my mother is irrelevant. This is inevitable one way or another. My methods are mine to decide. Well, think about it as much as you wish. You at least have the right to that. Try to come up with something sinister. Fina said sarcastically and devilishly smiled. As long as she worked with Loki, Turka's suffering would continue. But yeah, after this, I actually think we need to get to the third chapter to get the other points. Yup. So the reason why we're actually splitting these points into chapters and not just spam like the divinity or Domingo and training is because I'm actually getting S rank points between these chapters. That's what actually the guide is telling me to do. Well, you know, the guide always wants to make you do the most effective method and stuff, right? You technically don't have to get S ranks. You can grind mingle and training points whenever you want. But it is easier to make the fights like that. Or it makes the fights a lot easier once you get a lot of resources, I mean. Not to mention, well, the fact that we already got 500k doesn't really matter though. But yeah, I will see you guys once we get to Thrudheim and we get to a choice during chapter 3. So I will see you guys in a tiny bit. And we're back. So this is a new mingle scene for Fina. I actually have not seen this scene yet, so let's actually see it. It looks like we're going to be getting, let's see, a more Fina affection points. God damn it. So the mock battle was reaching its conclusion. Garm's sniper squad took formation on a plateau and attacked Loki's unit. The arrow rain nearly took Loki down, but then Vanaheim deployed a barrier that completely defended Loki and his surroundings from danger. Meanwhile, a team operating independently from Loki climbed up the plateau and ambushed Garm. The archers had no means of fighting in direct combat. Soon enough, Garm raised his white flag on the plateau. The reason why these animations are so fast is because I turned them off, by the way. But I guess it should be fine. I am trying to make this a bit quicker after all. But it's so unnatural to see. They met up with Garm, who immediately began to grumble. He seldom came so close in their practice, so he appeared to be quite frustrated. Don't be so humble, Fina. This one time, you really did save me. Fina bashfully blushed. Garm exaggeratedly shrugged, presumably to tease them. True. Depending on how it's used, its abilities are comparable to a dark gear. Typo? Vanaheim did not belong to Loki's family, but actually seemed to be passed down through Fina's. Fina was also born to a family of considerable status. Loki had heard on some occasion. But Fina seldom spoke of her past, so he only knew the vaguest details. I believe there's another umbrella that's its counterpart, isn't there? So hard to say. Gosh, it's actually already 5:30. I gotta go out soon actually, so this episode might have to be postponed until tomorrow. Tomorrow is Chinese New Year, but trust me, I will be recording after tomorrow. But yeah, we need to go, or I need to go to a pre-Chinese New Year dinner after this. And for the most part, we are probably going to be partying all night and drinking. That's why I'm not going to be able to continue this even after I come back from the dinner. Menial was Dark Lord Surt's secretary. As long as he had her, assassinating him would be nearly impossible. If anyone were so reckless as to even attempt it, that is. And you let your bad relationship split those umbrellas up. You make your ancestors weep. Fina replied nonchalantly. Her origins may not have been such pleasant memories. Loki sensed that he shouldn't pry any further and shut his mouth. Fina. Her last statement contained a hint of self-derision. Loki was captivated by her for a while. Alright, gotta make sure to actually save it before these choices. I don't want to fuck up after I take a look at the guide and make the wrong choice. So I have to do this one to get the Fina affection. I'll keep depending on you in the future, Fina. Fina turned toward him with a radiant smile. Oh, sorry about that. Fina opened her umbrella. The offhand action was presumably meant to hide her shy expression. Okay, so the next one should be after this turn, because I just got done getting the training session for Turka. So I will see you guys after I do this turn. And I'm back once again. So you get this scene after you get the training Turka scene. So I'm supposed to actually choose try it if you can. I think this is when Turka was trying to use Nibelung or something to help Loki. Try it if you can. After you fail, the only ones in danger will be you and your troops. I don't know how that actually gives you a freaking affection point. Even Loki looks pretty mad. What the fuck? Honestly, I hope you do have this innate power. But unfortunately, the risk is too high. I wouldn't even test it until I've exhausted my other options. Powering up Turka was itself an appealing prospect. If any hidden power slept within her, maybe looking into it would be wise. Turka put a hand on her chest. Would she eventually need to use it? I don't want Turka as an enemy again, that much is certain. Not only because of her power, but because of his emotions. Loki wouldn't say it, but it was the truth. Okay, so we got a call scene here with Turka. Persuade or assassinate? Do I do that one right now? Yes, I do. So we're gonna do this one and also this one. The marching squad met up with an Eden caravan. When they received orders to take a break, the exhausted soldiers cheered. The scouts and guards aside, most of the troops crowded around the caravan. The caravan carried more than just supplies. They also had luxury items, letter delivery services, and even prostitutes. That should be enough to raise morale. Even in times of war, constant work was suffocating. The soldiers would fight more effectively if they had time to let loose. But not everyone was so pleased. Is that Turka? A short distance from the caravan, Turka stood. She was observing the soldiers, but she looked bitter. Is there a problem? Turka glanced at Loki and pondered whether she should say more. Turka. Yeah, we've also already seen this one back when I was first playing this, you know, like a long time ago in my first save file. What? Before I changed to no mingling at all. Loki couldn't help but sardonically grin. That's exactly how a more moralizing goddess would think. But Turka was supremely serious as she voiced her complaints. You sound like an overbearing mother. Turka's concern appalled Loki. They had only just begun to trade with the Empire, and even then few travelers came in or went. The rarity of the items presumably raised their demand. Some of the food was dangerous to humans, and some of the items were cursed, but it was nothing worthy of panic. Loki thought so at least. Well, you have a point. Turka seems serious. She wanted Loki to nod and tighten regulations. Now what to do? So I'm supposed to say alright here to get a rain point and also a Turka affection point. Alright, better safe than sorry. See, the problem is, the fact that you actually have to do these scenes to get the conquest points is sort of annoying. What they could have done for me to get the conquest points without needing to get the scene was just, if I don't see the scene entirely, I would get the conquest points anyway, right? But of course, they don't do that. So that's why I was out of luck from getting the, like, chaos ending. Yes, I'll talk to Fina and work out some restrictions. Something that won't disappoint the troops too much. He involved Fina because if it were up to Turka, anything that could possibly disturb the morale fiber of the army might end up banned. Loki wasn't sure if she caught onto that or not, but Turka gave him a nonchalant smile. No need to thank me. Loki shrugged and parted ways with Turka. Oh well, I suppose I should find Fina. Loki later suffered an earful of scolding from Fina. Okay, we're also gonna be doing the Persuade or Assassinate. Have I seen this one? I have not. Supplies to some of the battlefield were being held up, according to reports. Only with squads of monsters was it a problem. The cause was found to be a particular company. I actually think I've already seen this one. Via a number of caravans, they did plenty of business with Loki. Must have been my very first playthrough too. The caravans were armed for self-defense and able to bring supplies straight to the battlefield, the convenience of which Loki treasured. But the data showed that those caravans intentionally delayed shipments to monster squads. To prevent obstruction to the functioning of these squads, this company would have to be swiftly dealt with. You don't think this might be enemy sabotage? Oh, sorry about that. That was my phone. That's what's behind this harassment? If so, they shouldn't have taken the job in the first place. Loki frustratedly spat. A principal business was a second-rate business. The trouble here, though, was that this company had a fair amount of influence. If Loki rubbed them the wrong way, supplies could be cut off completely. Or maybe not completely, but somewhat suppressing their supply line was well within that company's power. Which is why Loki signed a contract with them, but this has gone too far to just ignore. But if we make enemies of the merchants, we'll hardly be able to wage war. Fina lamented. Loki nodded in turn. I have two ideas. Either use persuasion or use force. One way or another, this company is definitely beneficial to us. So I'd like to continue doing business. I assume this bias against monsters is coming from the boss of the company. Therefore, we just have to make them get a new boss. One we can control. Yeah, I remember actually poisoning or assassinating the boss here. The way Loki put it sounded threatening, making Fina grimace. It was a gamble to be sure. The safe option would be persuasion, but let's see, what do I do here? I'm supposed to actually get persuasion. So I get rain. I get a rain point here, and also resource 2500. Interesting. Alright, let's go with persuasion. Either get or actually lose. I'm not sure. As if she secretly hoped for that plan, Fina seemed relieved. With their course set, Loki and Fina discussed further. Specifically, they decided on bribing the company and hiring them more often. Also, Loki paid pilgrimage to a goddess's temple to show his understanding of faith in Yggdrasil, and dramatically shifted the company's perspective in his favor. He loathed to lower himself to the level of humans, but in any case, by avoiding needless conflict, Loki decided to be content for now. Okay, we actually did get resources. Interesting. So next one should be after this turn. I'll get another scene with Fina. Okay, so I will see you guys after we're done with this turn. After the next turn, I might have to actually cut the video short. So I will be continuing this tomorrow, like I said, after I'm done with the whole Chinese New Year stuff. But yeah, I guess tomorrow I'll be recording more of VenusBlood Frontier, along with the second episode for today, or technically for this week. I mean, and I'm back, and right now we are going to be doing Minia's inspection here. I think I've actually already seen this one too. I think for the most part we've seen most of Fina's stuff, right? That day, Loki's mobile base and airship, the Sinmara, was abnormally tense. That being because, using an investigation into whether the rules of the Succession War were being followed as an excuse, they had a visitor from Utgard. I can't believe I said that in one breath. It was someone Loki knew. She was... The Dark Lord's secretary stood before Loki and unabashedly disparaged him. Loki shrugged. He might force a smile if he were more magnanimous, but he at least knew better than to rip into her. A shrug was about the most compliant gesture he could offer. Have you seen enough, Minia? Fina pinched Garm's behind. Minia's behavior was blatantly provocative. Any problem that arose during her observation would be reported to the Dark Lord. Whether she'd interpret the Dark Lord's response in a way that she could send Loki back home out of spite, there was no telling. This was presented as an investigation, but it was an act of pure malice from Minia. The fact that this happened is so weird, right? Minia actually wanted us to get more power into the key, so the fact that she's antagonizing us is just... I think this is just something personal that she doesn't... or that she's doing. I guess she either just doesn't like Loki, or she doesn't like, Fina. I'm guessing more Loki, though. Fina apologetically whispered into his ear. Fina and Minia were sisters. Their rocky relationship had been touched on previously. It's Minia who's bringing her personal feelings into this. Besides, the idea of defecting from the Empire when we started was my bad. That's so weird saying that. Like the sentence. Dark Lord Surt desired nothing more than the heart of Yggdrasil. Any method of acquiring it could be justified. Technically, because that was the idea, Loki avoided any penalty, but there was no telling when that might change. Even away from the Guardian Empire, Loki was forced to confront the perilousness of his position, and it was nothing but misery. Man, I'm actually so glad that you died, Minia, in the freaking normal ending. Fina recoiled. Minia was the first to let their personal relationship influence her, though. She was desperate to find fault with Loki's army.
Yeah.
Garm, you idiot! It was already tense enough, but then Garm stepped on a landmine. He was presumably trying to give Fina a hand, but the off-the-cut statement only had the opposite effect. Minia reacted as expected and narrowed her eyes. Enough, Garm. Just shut up. Loki rushed to cover Garm's mouth, but Minia's hostility showed no sign of dying down. She leaned in toward Loki and asked him a question next. Well, if only in the sense that you're twins, but you come across as entirely different. What? Loki immediately recognized the question as a trap. If he said Minya, it could be construed as an attempt at flattery, and if he said Fina, she'd consider herself insulted. Either way, Loki would inevitably be criticized. Well, Loki was forced to answer a question with no right answer. You're actually supposed to say Fina here to get more affection with her. I'd say Fina. With a look of disbelief, Fina stared at Loki. God, I really do not like Fina. Fina is a wonderful woman, Minya. Much like her sister, I'm sure. She's done a lot to support me. Minya tried to interject, but Loki kept going before she could. His Majesty's secretary is far outside my reach. Even thinking about you that way would be presumptuous of me. So I have to convince myself I'm content with Fina, I suppose. Loki said it all in one go. He praised Fina while also elevating Minya. He could think of no other way to escape this dilemma. Good lord. In his mind, Loki heavily sighed. Shortly thereafter, Minya left the Sinmara. Relief ran through the ship. Minya's investigation was just that stressful. Oh, it was nothing much, compared to back when I lived in the palace. I told you not to worry about that. Loki patted Fina's head and then turned around. Yes, this is nothing. Act high and mighty while you still can. Every one of you will wail below me. God, I can't wait to do the chaos route first after this. I'll do the law ending I guess for the last one. The temporary disgrace fueled Loki's drive for victory. He knew that better than anyone. In the end, Minya finished checking everyone's camps without a hitch, then reported the state of the invasion to Surt. Loki feared sabotage, but it seemed to have been avoided for now. Alright, so next what I gotta do is actually get one more territory. So I will see you guys after one more turn. I think after that is when I'm gonna, you know, like cut the episode short and I will continue this tomorrow. And I'm back. So this is exactly right after Fenrir's betrayal of us. So I'm actually supposed to let them live here so that we can gain some more rain points. So that's exactly what I'm gonna be doing. Letting them live, but using them for something may be interesting. Let them escape back to Fenrir's army. It may create somewhat of a diversion. Fina unenthusiastically cocked her head. In reality, Loki didn't think it would be enough of a disturbance to affect Fenrir either. But there should at least be some reaction that could inform her actions in the battles to come. They serve no further purpose to us. I may as well use them for one last thing. Fina reluctantly nodded. Loki's army broke their alliance and prepared to combat Fenrir. Meanwhile, can I skip now? Yep. So that choice actually doesn't do anything except for, you know... Oh shit, they actually got that territory of mine. That's annoying. Except for... What's the word I'm looking for? Except for getting either rain points or chaos points. Which is probably the only thing that differs. Let's be honest. Once we actually found out what the hell... or how the hell this game actually works, right? Your choice doesn't really do anything except after in chapter 7, so the accumulation of what you've been choosing so far is what's gonna happen. But even then, I hate it. I hate the fact that I didn't get the chaos ending and got the normal ending instead. But yeah, I think this is gonna be where I'm gonna call it for now. You guys on YouTube and Patreon won't be seeing any sort of discrepancy once we're back, or once I'm back tomorrow, but this is gonna be where I call it. So I will see you guys in 1 second. Hello, and I am back. So this is exactly 1 day after I recorded the last part of the episode. For you guys on YouTube and on Patreon, it's only just going to be like 1 second. But happy Chinese New Year, everyone. I just got done finishing up everything that I had to do for Chinese New Year, which is not really too much. So in case you guys don't really know, I mostly, or my family mostly cut off all of our extended family, right? So we're not very close to my dad's side of the family and also my mom's side of the family. So yeah, we're basically just the nuclear family whenever it's Chinese New Year. There is one family that's part of my mom's family though that still comes every single year. They're like the, you know, the more genuine people that we still hang around with. But yeah, for the most part, we don't really hang out with any other people on Chinese New Year. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, don't really want to talk too much about that because, you know, Chinese New Year is supposed to be something celebrating about, right? But yeah, so I'm going to be continuing what I'm doing on the last episode, which is just trying to get more points for the common route. So I will see you guys once we get into a scene that gives us more conquest and reign points. And I'm back once again. So this is exactly 1 turn after I got 1 area from Thor. And looks like we get a scene where we can get some more Fina affection points. So this is the point where we accept her. Man, I really do not like Fina, like I said. She's just kinda in your face when you actually get close to her, right? The more you get close to her, the more that she kinda just wants to suck your dick. Which to me is not really a good thing. Very well. I don't even know if this is gonna be an H scene, but if we are getting an H scene, it is what it is. We have 0 H scenes so far, or 0 new H scenes anyway. Loki was already in the mood. He grabbed the arm that was seductively feeling up his chest and led Fina to the bed. Fina quietly smiled and, as Loki removed his clothes, calmly followed his lead. So yeah, the reason why she's saying that is because this is a scene that triggers only after you beat Freya, and then it's 6 turns after. As if, I'll satisfy her soon enough. After, as you say, we let her feel for a while. They passionately kissed and immediately came together in the bed. Okay, no new H scene, so that's fine with me. Now, what we want to do is actually go beat up Fenrir, and after that, we should be able to just beat up Thor's capital. So I will see you guys once we get Freya's mingle to 10. So in about 4 turns. So I will see you guys in a bit. Oh, I just realized that there's actually conquest and reign points right there in the bottom left. What the fuck? How am I actually blind from that? I actually want to try to load my game real quick and see how much I got on the last save file that I had. 14 conquests and 8 reign. Wow. So you need to be at 20 reign to be able to go into the law route, and you need to be between 20 and 29 conquests to get into the chaos route. If you go above those, you actually instantly go to those routes and you don't get a choice. Wow, that's so annoying. If I actually got all conquest points, I might have gotten it, right? So 14 plus 8 is 22, but I have to, like, do a full conquest. Like, that's so dumb, though. There's no way I'm gonna be able to get all conquest points with all of the choices that I have, because I actually thought about the choices that I did make. So like I said, though, I will see you guys in about 4 turns. See ya! Where the hell is my mouse? I'm trying to pause the recording, but I can't bring my mouse over to the recording software. There we go, sorry about that. And I am back once more. God damn, these jump cuts are so stupid. But this is the scene that we get after 3 turns of doing the first training scene for Freya, which is the boob job, which you guys didn't see that I skipped. But yeah, you're actually supposed to choose Dumbfounded here to get a Freya affection, which I actually chose correctly. I assume being angry just means that you're not really gonna get the affection points. So I think the way it works for these affection points is just that it's either or, right? You're either going to get an affection point or you're not gonna get an affection point. You don't actually get any of the reign points or the conquest points too. So the conquest and reign points are also the same, right? It's always either or. It's either you get 1 conquest points or you get 1 reign points on the choice. But yeah, that's that. But I am going to show you this one, which we never did get. So this is Bar in the Flames, which is the first mingle. What's the word I'm looking for? Mingle session scene? It's such a weird thing to say. But yeah, this is gonna give us 1 point in... Let me take a look. Wait, I don't think it actually gives us anything. There doesn't seem to actually even be a choice in this scene. From looking at the wiki anyway, or sorry, the guide, the walkthrough. The sight Freya saw made her dizzy. Using barrels as tables, the monster soldiers were getting wasted. They were being brought drinks and food by the female cleric troopers who served Freya. The banquet seemed to have been underway for a while, and every last one of them was drunk. What, Freya? Sorry, but I'm borrowing your troops. In the makeshift bar in the plains, Loki and Fina sat at the one proper wooden table available and enjoyed their drinks. Freya angrily walked toward them. Freya didn't even hide her rage as she pointed at the clerics waiting tables around her. Her unrepentant rage was to be expected. The clerics weren't wearing their usual garb, but tights and bunny ears, along with leather clothes that revealed their chests. I wish they actually give the girls some some sprite CG here. The girls with bigger chests could barely cover anything, and the crotches of their uniforms were a tight V-shape that dug into their skin. They usually wore thick cleric robes, so this was about as shameful as nudity. Occasionally, the drunken soldiers would rub the waitresses' behinds. Such seductive uniforms invited at least a little sexual teasing, as was only typical for monsters. Well, the fight just ended, so I was treating my men to drinks. Ever since we attacked your country, they just can't seem to get enough of the wine they had. They lost the war. It's the least they should expect. Get over it. Don't worry. Like, I'll let that happen while I'm here. I'll let minor infractions slide. But if it escalates too much, I'd have to stop them. As if she begrudgingly accepted it, Freya went quiet. Well, If I wanted to do something with them, that'd be another story.
あなたはロキ様なりの冗談です。さしてください、フレイヤ。
Tired of being jerked around, Freya sat away from Loki and Fina. One of the more petite waitresses set a drink in front of Freya. The waitress uniforms emphasized the chests of women who had them, but for one with more youthful features, they were a bit lacking. However, it did make her look more like an actual bunny in an adorable way.
別に私は良いのです。皆さんが身を挺して頑張っているのに、私一人がお酒をいただくわけには。いいんです。その乱暴をされているわけではありませんし、こういうのも珍しくていい経験です。そうですか。はい。なのでフレイヤ様もお酒を楽しんでください。それとフォルク自慢のお料理すぐにお持ちいたします。
The cleric raised her eyebrows and left the drink in front of Freya, then hurried away to get her food. The warm treatment from her subordinates touched Freya's heart. She accepted the generosity and drank the whole glass. She had drank plenty of wine from folk, but the kindness shown by the cleric made it taste even better than usual. While Freya drank by herself, an orc brought his own wine and approached her. Freya looked at the drunken monster with the same stern gaze she sometimes gave to Loki, then turned him down.
申し訳ありませんが、魔族の方は近づかないでくれませんか。せっかくの美味しいお酒の味が台無しになってしまいます。
Partially out of drunkenness, the blood rushed to the orc's head as he closed in on Freya.
まあまあ、秋の女神さんには俺から言い聞かせておくから、ここは引いてくれないか。
The orc was calmed by Garm, who had also been drinking away from Loki and Fina. At Loki's orders, any trouble that came up at the party was to be settled by Garm. That included when it involved the goddess. The orc couldn't refuse a request from Garm. He glared at Freya before trudging away. Loki watched the whole exchange and stifled a laugh. If you're too cruel, my soldiers are going to despise you.
もともと好かれるつもりもありませんので、お気遣いなく。
Freya acted like it wasn't her problem and continued to drink. Her appearance was contradicted by her calm demeanor in a way that made Loki, Garm and Fina wryly smile. Yeah, actually no choice there, but pretty interesting scene nonetheless. So I will see you guys once I actually get Fenrir. Yeah, I just need to finish off Fenrir's area here. And after that, just strike the capital, and then that's it. So I will see you guys in a tiny bit. Hello, and I am back once again for the choice after we beat up Fenrir. We actually want to fuck her here so that she actually joins us. This will give her 2 affection because we also join an alliance with her. So yeah, after this, I am most likely going to be skipping until Chapter 4, which is we are going to be going to Glads after this one. So we are going to Yorm and Regret. So I will see you guys once we are at that point. But yeah, I just wanted to show you guys the choices that I make throughout all of these gameplay choices basically, so that you guys won't be too confused once we actually get to Chapter 7. And I'm back. Man, recording like this really reminds me of that time when I was actually doing New Game Plus for Rand's Quest Magnum. It's pretty nostalgic, but at the same time, it isn't really a fun thing to do because there's just too many jump cuts, man. I feel like I haven't really been voice acting as much as I want to. And don't get me wrong, I have fun with the gameplay and stuff, but god damn. But yeah, this is a scene that we get after we saw Turka's level 3 training scene, which is really awkward to see, right? You get actual choices or scenes that are very heartwarming after you train them. I feel like that still doesn't make sense to me. But let me see what I need to use here, or what I need to get. I need to actually get saving my mother. This give her Turka's affection. I assume my ambitions doesn't give her anything, and I don't know what none of your business does. This is actually one of the rarer choices where there's actually 3 choices instead of just 2. Saving my mother. My top priority is to free my mother from imprisonment. That's why I fight. Does that shock you? One of the demons causing chaos across the floating continent is doing it for one of his parents, yes. He faintly smiled and looked at Turka. Why did he say that? Even he didn't know. Maybe he wanted her validation. Validation from the goddess who looked like his mother. What? These choices do make Loki's emotional breakdown once he saw Surt becoming Sinmara make a lot more sense though, right? He was actually thinking a lot about his mom, even throughout the whole conquest. Well, I sort of made him seem like an egotistical maniac who just wants to rape like the goddesses and fuck everything. Before Loki had time to stop her, Turka left through the door. With her gone, he heavily sighed. How dare you say that with my mother's mouth? As if I need your reminder not to forget. If it helps achieve my goals, I'll do whatever's necessary. You hear me, Turka? Man, I really suck at screaming. Loki glowered at empty space for a while. Okay, now we want to go and do the call since we want to do the God of Commerce. I don't know whether or not I've seen this one, but we will do this one. Loki's army was stationed in a city that, on the surface, went about life as usual. Pillaging was prevented by maintaining discipline among the troops, preserving some degree of peace. Yet tension and anxiety is so spread throughout the townspeople, but there was little to be done about that. When Loki happened to get some free time, he decided to evaluate his army by having a look around town. Sometime later, on an otherwise quiet street, Loki noticed noise around one corner and headed that way. The main street's merchants surrounded someone Loki knew well. Turka. I was observing the city, but the merchants realized Loki was a demon commander and kept their distance. Turka stepped forth from the crowd with a somewhat shameful look. Who are these people? Okay, I've seen this one too. I guess I've seen most of Turka's one because back when I first still used the mingle thing with the goddesses, I think I did that for the majority of Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. Loki once again faced the people. They were clasping their hands together and murmuring words of thanks. Hey, they're praying to you. Alright, you presided over the land with the trade guild. I can't imagine you have a knack for business though. When Loki left, Turka said goodbye to the merchants and followed after him. She seemed to be having a look around as well. Turka joined in Loki's patrol. Well, I don't see how you'd help with commerce. You don't look like you'd have talent for it. Turka wouldn't make a good merchant when she was so honest and straightforward. Sincerity alone made it hard to find success. Maybe goddesses only had to be a symbol, and didn't need to provide real guidance, however.
ちの努力があってこそだし、
Then why are you called a commerce deity?
盗賊に襲われているキャラバンを助けたり、治安を維持したりといった方面での功績だと思うわ。
I see. In addition, if merchants claim to be protected by the goddess, they could probably sell wares at a premium. Turka only seemed to take the name she was given while the humans did the rest of the work. Thanks to that though, the secret guild could expand its influence behind the scenes. What a gullible goddess.
どうしたのロキ？
Well, I think I actually chose this one before, but I could be mistaken. But yeah, you choose this one if you want to get more rain points. If you're supposed to be a commerce deity, try acting like one.
どういうこと？
That last merchant handled food, I believe. That one sells clothes. I think that one runs a general store.
それがどうしたの？
How much do I have to explain? I want you to forge contracts with them.
契約？本当に？
Shocked, Turka silently nodded. If they purchased their supplies from merchants who worship Turka, their approval of Loki would increase. The merchants would sooner expect the supplies to be commandeered by his army, so the opportunity for profit would undoubtedly be welcome. This should prove profitable in the long run.
ありがとう、ロキ。
Turka missed the cynicism behind Loki's words and shyly offered her appreciation. Alright, the next one should be Fenrir's Mingle one, so I need her to get to 10. And then after that should be Freya, Thor. So you know the drill. I will see you guys once I have done a couple more turns. Hello. Once again, welcome back. So I did a couple of turns and now we are going to be doing Succubus's Obstruction. The reason why I didn't do any of the Fenrir scenes was because I thought that this was mostly gonna be an 8 scene, but turns out this is actually not an 8 scene. So, god damn it. I really wish I actually did more scenes with Fenrir, Hel, and Yorm once they were still in my party. But it is what it is. So we are doing this one. Loki's investigation was a challenge. The scarcity of the books and the time it took to decipher the ancient text was one thing, but a nearby troublemaker only exacerbated the difficulty. It was...
ねえ、ロキちゃん、これじゃないの？原初の家系図だって。近親相関ばっかりよ。生々しい。
For the millionth time, no! Loki didn't even bother to look at the text before pushing Fenrir away. She had shown him irrelevant books more times than he could remember. Feigning interest in something was far outside Fenrir's abilities, and she wasn't fit to perform these sorts of searches to begin with.
そんな言い方しなくてもいいじゃない。せっかく手伝ってあげてるのに。
Not that I asked for it. What arbitrary whim convinced you to do this anyway?
だってロキちゃんと一緒にいたかったし、早く調べ物が終わればいろいろ楽しめるでしょ。
Well, I figured that was the idea. Loki loudly sighed. If this was what he had to put up with, he should have immediately ordered Fina to drive her out. Having a playful succubus around was a constant distraction.
ねえ、見つからないみたいだし、もう諦めたの？物事の真理はベッドの上にこそあるものよ。
Good lord, who do you think is causing this to take so long? Fenrir had apparently given up on reading through pages a long time ago. Now she was fishing through unrelated shelves and boredly checking the covers. I was trying to think whether or not boredly was like I don't know, is an actual word, but I guess it is.
ああ、ロキちゃん、こんなの見つけちゃった。ロキちゃんもやっぱりこういうの読んでいるのね。
What is it now? Loki irately looked over his shoulder. Is that a word? Is that supposed to be irritatedly? I don't know. Fenrir was holding a book called My First Tentacle Play. When Loki saw it, he went pale. Well,
さすがラキちゃん、お勉強熱心なのね。本番の前にこれで予習したといったところかしら。
as if! It came with some grimoires I ordered, but I never once looked at it.
その割にはずいぶん慌ててるみたいだけど。ひょっとして見ちゃいけないものだったかしら。
I'm telling you, no! Next thing he knew, Fenrir had sidled up close enough to feel her breath. She gave him a provocative look and emphasized her cleavage. Her sweet scent was a trap, and Loki knew it, but it was full of lust-inducing pheromones.
なんだったら試してみる？この本に書かれてること。私、実験台になってあげてもいいわよ。
Ridiculous. Loki tried to pry himself away, but suddenly, a conflict arose within him. The search could wait for later. With that aside, shouldn't punishing this cheeky succubus take priority? Listening to her enticing whispers, Loki's answer was, "Oh, I actually already got this event. I guess I was doing this when I was trying to record the 8 scenes off camera for you guys back when I finished chapter 7. But during the 8 scene, I actually just let the auto play do its thing and left the recording do its thing too. So I actually wasn't really paying attention. I'm actually supposed to punish her here to get some more conquest points. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Fine, if you wish. Loki accumulated his dark energy and linked the Eros realm to this one. The tentacles he summoned coiled around his arms for Loki to wield as a weapon. This textbook has nothing compared to what I'll do to you. God, sorry about that. You'll regret this.
やる気になったわね、ロキちゃん。とっても素敵よ。
Fenrir's eyes sparkled. There was no going back now. In the end, the sexual torment lasted several hours. After the Fury storm passed, all Loki could think about was how he wasted all that time, much to his remorse. And with that, I'm gonna continue with the game once again. Regret's chapter is actually the hardest one by far, by the way, to probably S rank because she keeps sending people to attack me. So this is actually super annoying. She actually got one territory even though I got so many units before. But yeah, I'll see you guys in a tiny bit. And I'm back once again. We actually just did one turn and we got the scene where we tried to capture or let go Freya here when she was like being super horny after her second 8 scene. So we're actually supposed to let her go so that we can get a Freya affection point? Let me take a look real quick. Where is it? Freya training 2, let her go. Freya affection, yes. Good lord, she's a stubborn one. Loki watched Freya leave and couldn't help but shrug. Well, that's it? Really? I just voice act that one single line? Well, at least we got this though. The 20 mingle scene. Watched by Garm in the plains, Freya readied her bow. Far ahead of her was a humanoid target that the average human could neither hit with an arrow or even see. She faced it and pulled the string back. The arrow flew as if drawn toward the target and shot through the center.
この距離を一発かい。戦ってる時に何度か見たが、とんでもねえな。
そうでしょうか。月の目のバックアップがあれば、もう少し遠くまで狙えるのですが。
おいおい、マジかよ。信じられねえぜ。
Freya's sniping far surpassed all common sense, leaving Garm's mouth agape. That's when Loki approached.
大将、今の見てたかい?
Yes, but only up to when she let go of the string. Whether she hit the target or not though, I can guess from your reaction. I am supposed to say... Your skill is impressive to get a rain point. Yeah, so basically to get the rain points, you just butter up the goddesses. You hit it from this range. Not bad, Freya.
あなたに褒められても別に嬉しくありません。
I'm honestly complimenting you. At least be a little happy.
どうせ私の射撃もあなたの戦いに利用されるだけなら喜ぶことなんてできません。
I swear, when you're in bed or ensnared by tentacles, you're more honest with yourself. Oops, I seem to have hurt the Autumn Goddess's feelings. You take care of this, Garm. Have her teach you how to shoot.
っておい大将、こんな状態で放っておかないでくれよ。
さあ、それではガルムさん稽古を始めましょうか。私結構厳しいので覚悟なさってくださいね。
Freya grinned, but she was more than a little imposing. Garm couldn't help but back away.
大将、大将！
Poor Garm. Alright. So next one is actually when Yorm comes to the party. And also when Thor gets to mingle and train 10. So I will see you guys once that happens. Back here, just going to show you guys a scene with Yorm and... Oh, sorry, not Yorm. Thor and Fina. So you join them so that you can get a Fina affection point, which we already see. But I'm showing to you guys anyway because I actually just want to show you guys the choices that I made. We still don't have any mingle or training points for these guys, so I will see you guys once we get some more stuff. As I said, peace. And I'm back once again, just to show you guys that Yorm is here, and we actually want to attack the golems, I believe. Yorm strike backs, attack the golem, gain 1 conquest points. So yes, I will see you guys. Well, I guess I can probably show you guys the scene, since after this I'm probably gonna try to what's the word I'm looking for? I'm gonna try to go to the mingle and train session or segment, and we can probably get a scene there. But yeah, this is the team that I've been rocking, by the way, for my main team, which is a pretty insane team, as you will see in a tiny bit. Fina is probably the weakest link, but look at the healing and dots that we're doing. It's actually usually a lot more. It's a lot less this time because they probably have something that blocks dots. But yeah, the healing that we do is just insane. Oh, Fina's dead though. Oh, good job, Fina. Actually didn't die. Kinda surprised there. Okay, can we kill them? Yep, we good. I guess it was Yorm that was actually destroying the dots. Or making her not able to get dots too much. She probably had a barrier. But yeah, skip there so that we can do the call scene. Tea party invitation. Let me take a look at what I need to do here. So we're gonna get a Fenrir affection point. I don't even know if this is gonna be an H scene. If this is gonna be an H scene, I don't know whether or not that I will be voice acting this. We'll see. In the hallway, Loki turned and saw Fenrir jogging toward him. A bothersome pest found him alone. So Loki felt, but he kept that to himself and responded cordially. If it isn't Fenrir, are you used to life in my army yet?
ああ、そんな他人行儀な口の利き方しないで。素敵な個室まであてがってもらって、おかげさまで快適に過ごしてるわ。
That's good to hear. Providing you a room was the least I could do.
だから丁寧な言葉遣いで距離を作らないでってば。あ、ちょうどいいわ。 広瀬が紅茶が届いたところなの。よかったら一緒にどうかしら。
No, I appreciate the offer, but
ずれないこと言わないで。いいからこっちこっち。
Hey, wait, Fenrir! Unable to refuse, Loki was dragged all the way to Fenrir's room.
ようこそ。来てくれて嬉しいわ、ロキちゃん。
I can't believe... typo there? I can't believe you used your dark gear whip to entangle my arm. There's being a little forceful, and then there's that. If she charged the whip with dark energy, Loki would instantly be frozen solid. He was effectively abducted.
だってロキちゃん、全然遊びに来てくれないんだもの。ここに来てから毎晩のように待っていたのに。
This isn't what I gave you a room for.
本当にそっけないわね。でもそういうところがますます燃えちゃうわ。待ってて、今紅茶を入れるから。
Very well. If you didn't want to add fuel to the fire, going along with Fenrir for the time being might be for the best. The content of the tea was something he had to be extra wary of, however. Loki sat in a nearby chair and indifferently watched Fenrir from behind as she prepared the tea party. So I'm supposed to choose the second one. Why are you obsessed with me? Why are you so obsessed with me? Invited by Fenrir's buoyancy, Loki asked another question. In Fenrir's long and storied history with men, Loki was only one of many. If I was playing this by myself, there's no way I would even care about why she's obsessed with Loki. I would probably try to get some more information about the war. If there was any reason for her attachment to him, he couldn't think of it.
あら、今更それを聞く。
To you, I think I was an exile from the royal family who wasn't worthy of your time.
そんな卑下するなんてらしくないわ。私はあの頃からロキちゃんの素質を見抜いていたわよ。女の直感かしら。ロキちゃんはずっとあの境遇に甘んじているような男じゃない。いずれ必ず対等してくるってね。
And that's why you had your eye on me.
最初はそんな坊やの鼻っ柱を折ってあげようと思ってたんだけどね。今はどこまでいけるのか見届けたい心境になっているわ。そして大きく成長したロキちゃんも私の快楽の虜に。考えただけでゾクゾクしちゃう。
I knew it. You're a scary woman. That she would say that to his face may have been a remarkable thing about Fenrir, Loki thought.
さあ召し上がれ。
Tea and tea cakes in hand, Fenrir returned. She poured out the crimson red fluid. Lightly scented steam rose from the cup. Don't mind if I do. Loki took the cup and saucer and swiftly sent a purification spell through them. While he was at it, he triggered several enchantments of an antibody spell he had set up in his body. Fenrir looked blatantly disappointed. Loki pretended not to notice and sipped the tea. Nice tea.
それはどうも。
Loki stayed in Fenrir's room for the next 4.5 hours. Jeez, that's a long time. Okay, let's see. When else are we gonna do this? So the next scene is actually to capture Yorm, so I actually just have to destroy Yorm's team here. And after that, we need to train Thor. I think training Thor is actually next turn, yep. So I will see you guys next turn to train Thor. And we're back once again. This is the scene after Thor's first H scene. Or, you know, first training H scene, so... Let me see, what am I supposed to choose here? I'm supposed to choose... Accept. So yeah, this is when Thor gives us the option whether or not we want to train with her. So this gives me an affection point with Thor and also 1 Loki point. Interesting. So those scenes also give Loki points, huh? Now we want to do the Gutsy Goddess. I'm not gonna do the Prelude to Corruption just yet, because it seems we want to do this one on... Let's see, Prelude to Corruption is Mingle 40. Huh. Do I want this one? I actually don't know. It says Turka Mingle 40. So I guess I don't need to corrupt them anymore, huh? Doesn't seem like it. Okay, so I'm gonna do this one and then Prelude to Corruption, and I guess we'll see. But for sure, we're gonna do this one. Before it happened, Loki was taking a nap between duties. It was what little break time he had. He lay on his bed in an unusually good mood, but... What? The peace was suddenly broken by an explosion. Loki quickly got up and looked out the window. He momentarily feared they were under attack, but that didn't seem to be the case. But across from the plains where the Sinmara rested, the probable site of the explosion was billowing smoke. What in the world are you doing? Loki sounded shocked, but he couldn't help it. He glowered at the two people standing by the new crater and walked toward them. Their shameless faces turned to him.
ロキも来たのか。
休憩中って聞いてたが、いいのか、大将。
A loud sound woke me up. So what happened? He already knew who created the crater. Thor and her Mjolnir. Between the sound and the level of destruction, he could think of nothing else. The question was, why did she unleash Mjolnir?
実は特訓してたんだ。ミョルニルの精度と射程を伸ばすためにね。
Training, you say? Apparently, there were some irksome ways to train. That explosion was too booming for anyone to sleep through.
フォームの調整だけするつもりだったんだけどね。素振りしてたらついその気になっちまって悪かったよ。
Sincerely regretful, Thor gave Loki an apologetic excuse. Your divine gear shouldn't be used on a whim. Be more careful.
わかってるよ。
So, did you improve at all?
それがね、フォームは完璧だと思うんだけど、今一つ納得できなくてね。
What?
だからさ、ミョルニルをもっと遠くまで正確に飛ばせるようにしたいんだけど。
If you could, you would certainly have to worry less about allies being caught in the blast. At present, Mjolnir's biggest flaw was that, now that Thor was an ally, Loki hoped to find a solution, but...
やっぱり気合が足りねえんじゃねえか。もっと声出してよ。熱くならなきゃ飛ぶもんも飛ばねえって。
This is an anime, Garm. Silent up until then, Garm offered advice. But the entirely illogical opinion put a disapproving look on Loki's face. If fighting spirit did anything, the problem would already be solved. Instead, I checked your form and your divine energy distribution again.
確かに一理あるね。
What? Surprisingly enough, Thor approved of Loki's theory. He gave her a dubious look.
私は今まで狙いをつけるあまり気合がおろそかになっていたのかもしれないよ。
だろ？だからよ。もっと魂の叫びを轟かせるんだよ。おりゃーとか、ぬわーとかよ。
God, these guys are dumbasses.
それよりやっぱり必殺技かな。必殺技の名前を決めればもっと入れ込むことができる気がするよ。
A name? Is Mjolnir not enough?
それは武器の名前。私の言ってるのは必殺技の名前さ。
必殺技ね。俺は魂の叫びの方がいいと思うんだがな。
Thor and Garm sincerely thought it over. But Loki was appalled by the debate.
なあ、ロキはどう思う？必殺技と魂の叫び。私に足りないのはどっちだろう？
You're asking me? I honestly don't think it'll make a difference. Loki wanted to say he didn't care, but fought the words back and decided to answer. I'm actually supposed to say special move just so that I can get some rain points. God, these guys are idiots. I would for sure say this one. I have to go with a special move.
ロキもそう思うのか。分かってるね、ロキ。それじゃ、早速。
Thora furrowed her brow and appeared to think to herself. Garm was still muttering about soulful shouts, but she didn't seem to hear anymore. Sometime later, she opened her eyes and brandished the Godbolt axe.
よし、決めたよ。私の必殺技。
You're not seriously going to use Mjolnir again, are you? By the time the divine energy condensed, it was too late to stop Thor. A moment later, Thor swung her great axe and screamed the name of her special move.
必殺！ソウルハンマースペシャル！
Mjolnir left Thor's hand. Thunder roared and shockwaves shook the air. The divine gear landed far in the distance and blasted another giant hole in the ground.
お、いい感じだ。手応えあったよ、ロキ。
Really? That's good, Thor. Thor was delighted, but Loki could only give her a dry smile. Thor seemed to keep training after that, but rather than stay around to watch, Loki returned to the airship. As an aside, money for some sound-blocking magic earplugs was added to the army's expenses. Such a dumb scene. Man, I was gonna do like this episode as like the only episode I do for the whole of, you know, chapter 1 and chapter 7 for the common route. But I actually feel like there's no way I'm gonna be able to fit this into one single episode. So I think I might have to cut this into one more episode, it looks like. Like, it's 6 p.m. right now and I haven't eaten yet. I could play a couple more, like, hours for sure, but I think after I'm done with this particular chapter for now, I'm gonna postpone the episode again. This is probably gonna be one single episode. It's just that the single episode is gonna be split into multiple parts, I think. For me, for recording it, I mean. Okay, what am I gonna do here? I'm gonna attack those two and then defend against two. Alright, should be simple. So I will see you guys in a tiny bit. The next scene should be after I get Yorm done, which is going to be this fight right here on the Fallen River. And I'm back. Just wanted to show you guys that we're gonna go capture Yorm right over here. Boom. And get back to skipping.
お姉ちゃん。
There we go. This is different because we have Fenrir now.
戦場で見てたわよ。ずいぶんとやんちゃしてたみたいで。でもこれからは一緒に戦えるってわけね。お姉ちゃんと戦えるならあたいも嬉しいよ。ロキなんかよりずっと頼もしいんだから。
God, you're annoying, Yorm.
あれれ？でもロキよりずっと強いはずのお姉ちゃんたちがなんでロキと一緒にいるの？ロキちゃんとは今は協力体制をとってるの。しばらく厄介になってるってわけ。そんなに居心地悪くないわよ。よくわかんないけど、まあいいか。これからよろしくね。
But that's it? Okay. I really thought there was gonna be more, but alright, Yorm. Welcome to the party. So I'm gonna go mingle with Yorm here. We probably want to try and get Yorm into a lot more affection so that she stays with us. Bridge building spirits. Do I need to do that right now? Yes, I do. So this will give me either a conquest point or a rain point with Turka. This is probably something that I haven't done, by the way. The name of the scene doesn't ring a bell for me. Loki's army took an unexpected blow during a skirmish and momentarily retreated. Despite their loss, an overall look at the damage showed it was perfectly possible to recover. They assembled their scattered forces, retreated to the opposite side of the river, and prepared their formations. If the fight proceeded as expected, victory should ultimately be guaranteed. But one problem arose. What? Don't destroy the bridge?
ええ、この橋は歴史的にも交通の手段としても極めて重要なものなの。だから
Ridiculous. I shouldn't have bothered to listen. For being called the war deity, she didn't seem to follow battles especially well, much to Loki's dismay. He couldn't help but sigh. The bridge Turka spoke of was the one Loki's army just crossed. It functioned as an effective escape route, but if they left it up, the enemy would use it to give chase. From a tactical standpoint, destroying the bridge was the obvious conclusion. And yet Turka brazenly opposed the idea.
ロキ、あなたは知らないのよ。この橋を建造するのに人々が払った犠牲と苦労を。おかげで民は水の事故から守られ、安全な旅ができるようになったのね。なのに。
You act like you were there to see it happen. Actually, as a goddess, she likely did live through the entire construction of the bridge. The way she spoke for the humans aggravated Loki.
壊れたらまた作り直せばいいなんて口で言うのは簡単よ。だけど。
Enough. Be quiet. Emotions don't drive my decisions.
ロキ様、ビルカの擁護をするわけではありませんが、橋を落とせばこちらの新聞論も失われますよ。かなりの遠回りを余儀なくされます。
Oh, sorry about that, Fina. Fina. True. That's an issue, but the objection from an unexpected person made Loki start to doubt himself. Drawing out their conquest of this land would preferably be avoided, but risking a follow-up attack after the last fight was a foolish thing to do. What should be done?
どうすんだ大将。敵さんは待っちゃくれないぜ。
I know. My decision is... So, we want to choose Destroy the Bridge here for extra conquest points. Destroy the bridge. Prevent the enemy's pursuit. After we reorganize, we'll fight back.
だけどロキ。
My decisions aren't to be questioned. Knowing Loki to be stubborn, Turka bit her lip. She must have known the danger of another attack. The way she shut her eyes and clenched her fists looked like her attempt to accept the bridge's destruction.
じゃあ早速準備に取り掛かるぜ。うまくいけば敵の戦法を崩落に巻き込むことくらいできるかもしれねえしな。
Try it, Garm, but don't get too greedy.
了解。
Garm began to place the explosives. The resting soldiers frantically got moving. Meanwhile, Turka stiffly led the retreat. Later, the bridge was successfully demolished and bought enough time for Loki's army to reorganize. But the bridge Turka tried to protect had no hope of even being mended before the long war was done. Hey, I didn't want to destroy the bridge, to be honest, Turka, but it is what it is. Let's see, all I need to do now is just get the Nortalge Ridge, the forest, and also the capital, and then we're done with the chapter. After the chapter is done, I'm gonna call it, you know, here for my session of the recording, but I will most likely be recording again tomorrow after I'm done with the gym. The reason why I'm gonna call it quits here, even though it's only 6 p.m. right now, is that I want to make some food, and I'm gonna sleep early. Yesterday, I was actually drunk like crazy. I think I drank like 7 or 8 shots of Hennessy. And it's Chinese New Year, so it is like that. So we probably didn't sleep until maybe 5 a.m. And then I had to wake up and go back to the house to celebrate Chinese New Year at like 11 p.m. Or sorry, 11 a.m. yeah. And then we were done at 3 p.m. after like finishing up and everyone was done at the house. That's when I started recording, by the way. Like 3:30 or something like that. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do this real quick, and I will see you guys after... Let's see, what do I need to show you guys next? Fenrir Mingle 30 and Your Mingle 10 is what I need to show you guys. So 2 scenes or 2 turns for Fenrir, or sorry, not Fenrir. Yeah, 2 turns for Fenrir and 5 turns for Yorm. I don't think I can actually get Yorm though. because I just got her right now. So I'll probably show you guys Fenrir's, finish off the chapter, and I will most likely continue on recording tomorrow. And I'm back, and this will be the last scene that I do for you guys before I actually stop the recording session for today. On his way back from the sex training room, Loki ran into Fenrir. I'm actually surprised we haven't had sex with Fenrir yet, like at all. All of these scenes with the mingle girls, or all of these mingle scene girl with the demon girls, are actually all stuff that gives us either affection or gives us conquest or reign, which is interesting. It was no coincidence, as the fact that she was standing in the middle of the hallway with her arms crossed made evident. Fenrir ambushed Loki and gave him a critical look. What a coincidence, Fenrir.
また他の女を可愛がってたのね、ロキちゃん。
He easily brushed off her comment. Loki sighed and shrugged. It's none of your business.
もちろんロキちゃんが誰をこまそうが言いなりにしようが、いちいちとやかく言うつもりはないわよ。私が言いたいのは、どうして私を呼んでくれないのかってこと。
I don't feel the need.
どうしてよ。
Loki tried to slip past Fenrir, but she grabbed his arm. Maybe she was angrier than he thought. Loki gave in and decided to listen.
ひょっとして怖いの？自分の技量じゃ私を従わせられないで逆に溺れちゃうかもしれないって。
Are you provoking me? If so,
ロキちゃん案外わかりやすい性格だからこういう方が乗ってきやすいと思ったのよ。
on the contrary, handling you coldly will make you easier to use as a pawn, according to my analysis. Loki responded to the provocation with more provocation. Fenrir didn't appear to be upset. She cocked her head and acted like she was thinking.
じゃあこういうのはどうかしら。
What?
今度の戦いで私はロキちゃんが想定した以上の戦果を上げてみせるわ。そうしたらロキちゃんは私を抱く。そのために私は頑張る。わかりやすい構図でしょ？
Maybe the next mingle scene will actually be an H scene with this girl. Negotiations, eh? He had no reason to object. But if Loki did try to maneuver away from those conditions, Fenrir would be right about calling him afraid. Fine. Then let's hammer out the details.
そうこなくっちゃ。
After discussing, Loki proposed that Fenrir's troops would single-handedly have to kill 3 enemy commanders. It would be a challenging condition to fulfill, but Fenrir confidently smiled. Wait, that's it? Really? I didn't even get to... Oh, okay. That didn't even give me anything. I guess it was a prelude to what's coming. I'm not gonna do the drowning in pleasure just yet. It's supposed to be something we do, it looks like, on chapter 5? Let me take a look. Freya, Mesmerization 4. Yeah, drowning in pleasure is something I'm supposed to do in chapter 5, according to the guide. But yeah, this is where I'm gonna stop the recording for this session, as I said. But I will see you guys in just 1 second with renewed Azai after I take over this territory, of course. So I will see you guys tomorrow, technically, but in 1 day. Or sorry, in 1 second. What the fuck am I talking about? My head was clearly derping there. My bad. Hello, and I am back. This is actually the next day, and I just got back from the gym and ate some food. So this is going to be the precursor to us going to Valhalla. You actually want to go to, or you actually want to say, don't play into Hell's plans here, so that you can gain 1 affection point for Hell, and you can also get a conquest point here. So if you promise to cooperate, you actually just get a reign point, and she won't be aggressive with you for the most part. Or I think she won't be aggressive first, and then she will become aggressive. So all these things, all the choices at the beginning of the chapter with the Hell Sisters or the Demon Sisters, it's mostly just to make them like cooperate with you with this at the start, or later on they're gonna not really betray you, but they're gonna be aggressive to you. So for the most part, these are actually pretty annoying or not really inconsequential, right? You mostly just want to actually make them be aggressive with you from the start, to be honest. Well, except for Fenrir maybe, since you do get an affection point by not really making her too aggressive. But yeah, I've actually also been thinking about this stuff that I said throughout the whole episode. I was saying about how I'm gonna put in time into Aokana for people, or you know, the time that I usually record for people on Patreon, which is usually Friday and Saturday. I want to try to use that time to actually play Aokana's extra story 1 and 2. But after thinking about it, I'm like, man, it was my mistake anyway, so I'm just gonna put it into the original YouTube plans for the most part. Like, sorry guys, I feel like I've been kind of wishy-washy about that stuff, but I really do want to play Aokana, so I'll just postpone the next playthrough for any of the YouTube stuff that I'm supposed to play like next week, and I'll just start Aokana's story or extra story 1 and 2. So sorry about all of the confusion about me saying about wanting to put Aokana on today, or not today really, this is a Sunday, on like Saturday and Friday slots. But yeah, you can for the most part ignore what I said throughout the whole episode about making Aokana after this. So I will still continue to take in suggestions about what you guys want me to play for Patreon requests. Because I feel like it's pretty unfair for me to put the stuff that I want to play on Patreon requests instead of just doing it on the YouTube request first, right? But yeah, I'm gonna go choose Don't Play into House Plans here. Voice act some of the stuff before we have to skip. And then I'm gonna have to skip for you guys until the next choice. I appreciate the offer, but hell, I'll be the one to defeat you, so I can't run away now. Even the idea of fighting alongside you is out of the question. You didn't see a way to beat Odin with your power alone, clearly. That's why you came to try and use the mouse who scurried in. But this rodent is going to sink his teeth into your throat. I feel like it's not really smart to actually become too aggressive, to be honest, right? When it comes to dealing with people who are clearly stronger than us. I feel like I would never have chosen that one at all. Like, there's no way I would not try to butter up Hell if I were in Loki's shoes. This is such a weird option. Hell directed her hostile gaze straight at Loki. Right. I can't wait for the Demon Realm's supposedly strongest warrior to lose to the Utgarian royalty's outcast. Those wings are going to be clipped. Thus, Loki's army made its hostility to Hell's army clear, forcing them into a war with the two most powerful armies at once. I think I can skip this one. Yup. And we start chapter 5, which is in Valhalla. So like I said, I will see you guys once I actually get to another choice. We got regret, but we already got regret in the first place. So see you guys in a tiny bit. And I'm back. And now I'm going to show you two scenes here. One with Yorm and also one with Fina. God, I really did not like Fina, as I said. I know I keep reiterating that, but it is so annoying that I have to. Because I really dislike her in this so-called, like, true route. Or I guess it's not a true route, but the more you get to know her, the more I actually dislike her. I can't believe I actually have 9 affection with this girl. But yeah, I'm gonna do Yorm first here. You know, I just realized, who the hell is that 5th slot on the bottom supposed to be? Huh. I actually never found that out, huh? I guess we'll find out in chapter 8 who that slot is gonna be at the bottom. Yorm can use its best. An attack on a mid-sized city turned into a siege. The enemy forces were resilient enough to keep them outside the city walls, so the stalemate continued. Wanting to avoid a prolonged confrontation, Loki's army decided to employ the use of golems. Soon enough, a supply squad delivered golems that they activated and sent to destroy the wall. Then, the battle neared its conclusion. Amidst the roars and tremors of the battlefield, Fina calmly questioned her master. Loki looked ahead to the middle of the front line. I did what I had to. Live soldiers could hardly keep up with her. Let's see how she does for now. The golem squad made its way through the enemy formation smoothly. The androids were sturdy and superhumanly powerful, but their inability to follow meticulous plans was their shortcoming. Typo there? So their commander needed to give precise orders and to know how to change plans on the dime. But Yorm's extremely haphazard orders propelled the golems. That simplicity was apparently a good fit for the golems, because the unit somehow worked, surprisingly. Nobody else could run into the middle of the crossfire without batting an eye. In that sense, they're the perfect team. While they spoke, the unit reached the city wall. But Yorm was surrounded by enemy soldiers. She wouldn't be able to break the wall down before her squad was annihilated. They were also isolated from any support units, stuck in an inescapable crisis. So it seemed, and then it happened. Wait! Soon after Yorm spoke, there was really an explosion. The shockwave reached all the way to Loki, obliterating the wall and all the opposing troops. Yorm's location was covered in a cloud of debris. She made the golem self-destruct? But it did blow a hole in the enemy's defenses. Loki snatched his chance to send all his reserve troops at once. The enemy failed to prevent them from invading the city with their feeble resistance. It was conquered within the hour. What's most surprising to me is how you came out of that explosion without a scratch on you. When they met back up, Yorm was clearly acting high and mighty. She cackled over and over, blatantly mocking how long it took for Loki to get through the wall. One misstep might have meant her annihilation, but she was completely conceited. For the love of... If Loki didn't say something, her pride might continue for the foreseeable future. Seeing no way out, he searched for the right words. Yup, so you actually gain a Yorm affection point here. I was gonna say evaluation because of seeing the word. But yeah, I feel like the game actually makes it very easy or very apparent that you gotta suck up to these girls to get affection. Because for the most part, you actually want them to have high affection so they get new skills or something, from what I read through the walkthrough here. So my choices, like I said, the only thing I do not like about this game is just the fact that my choices doesn't seem to matter too much. Everything else is actually pretty spectacular. The gameplay is nice, the story is nice, What I just dislike is the fact that my choices just seem to have low impact. It's true, your quick thinking did get us through this. As for the golems we lost, I'll turn a blind eye to that.
そうよね。あたいのおかげよね。これであんたもあたいの存在がどんだけありがたいことか少しは理解したんじゃない？
ロキ様、こちらへ。各部隊長より報告が上がっています。
Alright, I'll be right there. Fina called him at just the right time. Given a reason to leave, Loki swiftly stood up.
あ、待ちなさいよ。まだ話は。
Loki ignored the girl shouting behind him and paced away. Thanks for that, Fina.
いえ。結局どうするのですか？ゴーレム兵団の指揮は。
I hate to say this, but Yorm's the best person for the job.
そうですか。ロキ様がそうおっしゃるならば仕方ありませんね。
Fina thought about the cost of all the future golems it would lose and heavily sighed. But we're not done yet. We're actually gonna go for one more scene. Loki had a dream. It was a memory of his youth. His mother was kind, and his father was strong. Protected by his parents, Loki was able to remain innocent in those long-lost days he longed for. Embraced against his mother's chest, his mind regressed to its past state. Loki solemnly prayed. He prayed he could feel this warmth forever. He prayed these moments would last an eternity. And Loki... Mother! Don't go! The morning sun shone in his tearful eyes. A moment later, Loki realized the dream was over. The illusory... I think that's how you say that word, right? Warmth rapidly faded. In its place, his heart was met with disappointment at his own vulnerability, and some degree of yearning. Why do I have these dreams? Is this Turka's fault? Or... Loki got up and noticed for the first time that he wasn't alone in his room. Fina faced him with a concerned look. Did you hear that?
何のことでしょう。
Don't play dumb. What I just said, you can't have missed it. This is actually a unique BGM, by the way. What the fuck? And this is with Fina. Very interesting.
いえ、私は坊ちゃまを起こすためにたった今来たばかり。
Jeez, I guess the actual true ending, if this is all canon, is most likely going to be the law route, isn't it? Loki being evil is probably not the canon ending from seeing so many of these heartwarming scenes. Loki's stern gaze made Fina sigh with resignation.
懐かしい夢をご覧になっていたようですね。
Shit, I'm a fool. The shame turned Loki red. He hid it from Fina by covering his face with his hands.
そんな恥ずかしがらなくても結構ですよ。シンモラ様をお呼びした時の坊ちゃま、とても愛らしかったです。
Don't even talk about it. This was some awful dirt for Fina to have on him. He wished he could erase memories more now than he ever had in his life. Loki cursed his own negligence. So let me see what I'm supposed to choose here. So this one gives me a Fina affection point and a rain point. So we actually got 2 points here. Interesting. At least it was Hugh who heard it. Loki despondently muttered. Those were Loki's real feelings. If it were someone else, I might have to kill them.
あら、それは物騒ですね。
Fina giggled. Wanting to shift gears already, Loki began to get dressed. Yeah, seeing these scenes with Loki and everyone else with him make it seem that, you know, they are humanizing and characterizing these guys a lot more compared to what I just show you guys when it was just like 8 scenes after 8 scenes after 8 scenes. But can you blame me? Like I said, I really wanted to go into the evil route. God damn it. Alright, I will see you guys in probably one turn or something for the next story scene, or, you know, the choice that actually matters. And I'm back once again. Gosh, we got 3 scenes actually this time. So let me take a look here. The Pegasi and the Moonlight. Let's do this one first. In the Great Plains, 2 squads clashed. One was Freya's Divine Practitioner squad. I'm saying that correctly, right? Practitioner. While the other was Turka's Gale Ridders. Loki approved the training, but it was a bad matchup for Freya, ending in Turka's victory.
ありがとうございますティリカさん。私の部隊はまだまだ実戦経験が足りなかったので、いい勉強になりましたわ。
こちらこそ術者との戦いが少なかったのでいい経験になりました。けれどさすがフレイヤ姉さんの指揮している部隊ですね。これが実戦だったら結果はどうなるか分かりませんでした。
As an aside, Turka wasn't trying to flatter her. Reducing the force of their spells was unexpectedly difficult and required advanced techniques. That would always have been the case, but the need to hold back made it harder for them. Had their goal been annihilation, and they used their most powerful spells, even catching the agile Gale Ridders might have been impossible. Turka's appraisal was based on that.
そう言ってもらえると嬉しいですが、次やるときはもう少し機動力のある相手に対する戦術を練り直すといたします。
はい、楽しみにしています。それでは私は兵たちへの指導がありますのでこれで失礼します。
Turka left. Freya stayed to thank her troops and finish healing the injured, then sat on a rock to the side of the plains.
それにしても肩が凝ってしまいますわね。
Well, with those 2 big globs of fat hanging from your chest, I can see why. Fina held her umbrella over Loki as he approached.
これはロキさんとフェイナさん、一体どうなされたんですか？
I heard you were training with Turka, so I came to see, but looks like I'm a bit late.
別に見せるようなものでもありません。
Don't be so humble. Either way, you've been pretty proactive about training your troops lately. Did you have a change of heart or something?
あなたに敗北したのは、ひとえに自身の力とダズリングライトで投下された兵たちに頼りすぎた私の責任です。今から後悔して兵を鍛えても、あなたのためにしかならないということは分かっています。ですが、それでも何もせずにはいられないんです。
I see now. Goddesses have an admirable approach to life, it seems. So what I'm supposed to say here is, yup, I may as well reward your efforts. Like I said, basically the choices they want me to choose is just to butter them up. This will give me a rain point and also a Freya affection point. Anyway, rewarding my subordinates' hard work is my job as the commander.
いえ、結構ですわ。
Come now, no need to be reserved. I believe you said your shoulders are sore. Why don't I help you with that? Fina.
はい、それでは失礼いたします。
Fina got behind Freya and set her hands on her shoulders.
フェーナさん、一体何をするおつもりで？
マッサージです。
Fina said tersely, then slid her hands lower and began to violently grope her ripe, ample chest.
痛いですわフェーナさん。
そうでしょうか。大きな脂肪の塊で凝っている方なんですから、これぐらいがちょうどいいかと。
Like a child playing with clay, Fina kneaded Freya's breasts. Her eyes seemed to display some malicious emotion between anger and envy.
ちょっと待ってくださいませフェーナさん。
待ちません。
These scenes are so stupid. God damn it. Okay. More scenes. Shortly before sundown, Loki halted his army's march and ordered them to set up camp. By early evening, I don't know why I say early that way, tents were lined up in the area, and the nice fragrance of cooked meat filled the air. The supply squad brought 30 cows along, so that night's dinner was especially rich. Moderation was important, but not at all times. If they got to eat good food, the soldiers would work harder when it counted.
ロキ様、食事の準備が整いましたよ。
I'll be right there. You're on cooking duty today. When Loki sat at the commander's table, the rich aroma of herbs spurred his appetite. At a glance, Loki noticed it was cooked in a style typically enjoyed by imperial nobles. This is different. I ate this plenty back at home, but...
たまには魔界風の味付けをと思いまして、冷めないうちに召し上がってください。
Right. I'll do that.
んじゃ早速。お、うめえ。こりゃいや。よく脂が乗ってやがる。
Garm ate the meat so aggressively that he almost devoured the bone. Loki began by using a knife and trying to politely cut it into pieces. But the way Garm ate made him feel silly enough that he decided to eat with his hands. Both their lips glistened with grease. Fina cheerily watched them. That is good. Yggdrasil's cooking isn't bad either, but still.
ロキ様はどちらの味付けがお好みですか？
You expect an honest answer when you're right there?
世辞抜きでお願いします。今後の参考とさせていただきますので。
In that case, the Utgardian Empire's traditional court cooking, or Yggdrasil's national cooking. Loki thought back to the flavors of both and compared them in his head. Let's see. This is most likely gonna be her cooking, right? Oh, surprisingly, this doesn't give you a Fina affection point. This actually gives you a conquest point. Interesting. The Empire's cooking, I'd say. The food you've eaten your whole life is on another level.
そうですか。故郷の味ですね。
For me personally, it's the taste of you I might be thinking of.
まあ、お上手ですね、ロキ様。珍しいこともあったものです。
Your backhanded approval isn't appreciated, Fina. Despite the teasing, the smiling maid didn't seem too miffed. Regardless, during the brutal march, this was a rare moment of rest. Early the next morning, the soldiers departed with vim and vigor. Don't worry, we're not done just yet. We actually want to see Fenrir seen here after the night attack. Loki's army found an enemy camp hidden in the forest and decided to attack. It was hard to see through the trees and difficult for squads to work together at night, but they moved out regardless to catch the enemy off guard. The army was led by Fenrir's squad of succubi and incubi. The darkness of night benefited them the most. They located hiding enemies, took them by surprise, and seduced them into revealing details about their formation. The main forces only had to hide and follow the safe route they uncovered. Their attack on the enemy camp was a resounding success, requiring barely any of Loki's troops, and they managed to take out the enemy commander. Then, dawn broke. Morning mists enshrouded the forest as Loki's army finished their remaining work on the battlefield. They collected the deserters' equipment and secured the camp. That, handling prisoners, and remaining wary of possible enemy reinforcements were only part of the long list of duties. Loki was busily running about when the star of his mission, of this mission, Fenrir approached.
ロキちゃん、どう？また役に立ったでしょ、私。
Yes, well done. Your achievements in this battle were great. Loki said without looking up from a report. Fenrir frustratedly pouted, but immediately thought of something else and giggled.
忘れてないわよね、あの約束。敵将3人の印をあげたら、また私に付き合ってくれるんでしょ？
Kinda rare that they actually talk about the previous conversation here. Yes, but you still have 2 to go. I'm guessing we actually will get 2 more scenes before an H scene with her. Last time, Fenrir spent an entire day extracting his life energy. If giving Fenrir a taste of him would inspire her to work more, then fine. But doing so every time Fenrir accomplished anything would be the end of him. His feelings were complicated.
任せといて。あと2人くらいの首、すぐにロキちゃんの目の前に持ってきてあげるから。それじゃあ邪魔しちゃ悪いし、またね。
Right. Fenrir skipped away. Taking her place, Fina approached with more reports. She watched Fenrir on her way out and looked surprised.
最近のフェニル様は人が変わられたようにやる気を出しておられますね。移り気ない因果の性質からしていつまで続くのか不安ではありますが。
At least, as long as the negotiations are in place, I expect it'll be fine.
交換条件ですか。ロキ様といつの間に。どんな内容かわかる気もしますが。
Don't think about it too much. Anyway, the reports.
こちらです。
Loki took the documents from Fina and gave them a quick look. Meanwhile, for some reason, he couldn't get Fenrir out of his head.
気になりますか。フェニル様のことが。
So you noticed. Sometimes you're so sharp that I have to assume you're a mind reader.
ロキ様限定です。伊達に長年おそばで使いさせていただいているわけではありませんから。
Well... Save? What do I need to choose here? I wonder how much I can use her. That gives me a conquest point. This one. This is actually what I would have chosen myself, to be honest. I should use her as much as I can for as long as I can. Succubi are fundamentally impossible to trust, however.
どの口が言いますやら。
Anyway, for the time being, she's still worth using. Loki signed the documents and returned them to Fina. The war was ongoing. A local battle was won, but they couldn't stay in one place for long. Alright, I will see you guys in probably another turn, yeah? So, I will be right back. And I'm back once again. This time we're gonna go get to see immigrants and locals here with Fina. We have 8 conquest points and 10 rain points. So far we're doing pretty good. I actually feel like we've seen this event before. But maybe I haven't. Because it sounds familiar. In a city under Loki's control, a confrontation between citizens was becoming severe, according to reports. Immigrants from the demon realm were being experimentally transplanted to this city, and this standoff was a product of discord with the natives. Loki stealthily observed the city and had to admit that something must be done. They're all humans. I didn't think they'd be so different. I was a bit naive, it seems.
ユグドラシルの先住民は女神への信仰を日常に取り入れています。一方の魔界移民はそんな迷信深さを嘲笑っているようですね。
Attending Loki around town, Fina described the cause of the conflict. Loki nodded. The core of the problem was a difference in perspective on the goddesses. Until that was solved, the rut between them would only deepen.
こればかりは折衷案というのも難しいですね。どちらかの主義による形にするしかない。
You'd hope they could respect each other's opinions, but that's unrealistic, I suppose. Should the natives or the immigrants receive support? As the head of state, if Loki made his stance clear and put some reformations in place, the conflict should solve itself. Perhaps only on a surface level, but regardless, Loki decided to. I'm actually supposed to prioritize the immigrants here, and this gives me a conquest point. Of course, the immigrants should be our priority. Destroying the old way of things is the point of this experiment. Loki's tone was decisive. The new Yggdrasil would be ruled by a demon. The natives had to be taught that. There might be dissatisfaction, but in a sense, that was pre-established harmony.
では、女神への 進行を制限するのですね。
I would also probably choose this too if I was on, you know, if I wasn't playing on a guide. We can begin by doing away with such holidays and customs, I suppose. Knowing it would be hard work, Loki nodded. Alright, as you guys can see, the game is actually pretty hard now because we are having like 4 people attacking us at the same time. But yeah, I will see you guys after I'm done with this crazy amount of invaders. Hello, and I'm back once again, and now we're gonna go get a scene here with Thor, a certain succubus index. Definitely a localization thing. An ancient book salesman came to visit. His many attention-grabbing books and precious records always made him a favorite of Loki's. He looked over the list and found a fascinating name as usual. Loki looked up and couldn't help but raise his voice. You have Fenrir's forbidden book? He had a shrewd and cool look uncommon in humans, exactly what Loki liked to see in people. They were interrupted by Thor, who happened to be around. She met with Loki to chat about squad arrangements and should have left as the merchant arrived, but still seemed to be there. Thor's shout inexplicably made the merchant apologize. The people of the continent seemed to fear the goddesses even more than demons. Or Thor's threats were simply terrifying, perhaps. Thor. It's a travel journal by Fenrir. She used it like a diary when she was taking a trip around the demon realm. Loki explained for the frightened merchant. No, but some demon realm aristocrats desperately want this book destroyed for all the shame it brings them. Typo? That's right. An ordinary diary probably wouldn't be banned, however. To put it bluntly, it describes Fenrir's sexual escapades. I mean, come on, you kinda knew it was coming. Thor shouted. Loki shrugged. This vapid book shook the demon realm more than almost anything in the Empire's history. Loki thought back to those days and explained further. Back when she wrote that diary, Fenrir said she wanted to learn more about the world and traveled the Empire. But that was just a front, and in reality, it was apparently a decadent journey. She encountered many men and slept with the ones she liked, pushing the boundaries of depravity. That sounds typical of Fenrir. I don't know what she was thinking, but she described it in excruciating detail in her diary and published it at the end. As a result, Utgard was nearly thrown into a civil war. Fenrir slept with a number of powerful barons. It was actually a hurricane of scandal. A noble who valued his reputation had his fetishes exposed. One of the royal court's popular young aristocrats was seduced before getting engaged, and countless other atrocities were revealed. The diary was swiftly banned, and most copies of it were burned. But that only raised the diary's value. Those who secretly procured it used the information to blackmail nobles time and time again. The scandal even affected the power balance of the Empire until, eventually, a skirmish broke out between barons. Of course, they later realized how destroying each other over this was beyond absurd, and came to an agreement, but regardless. Apparently waiting for the conversation to end, the merchant found a good time to interject. Loki spent some time thinking in silence. Fenrir's forbidden book did draw his curiosity, but he couldn't help but feel it could sow seeds of disaster. What to do?
ロキ、まさか買う気じゃないだろうね。
So I'm supposed to burn this to get a rain point and a Thor point. I guess that's fine. Yes, I'll take it.
ロキ、
But after I buy this, I'll immediately burn it. The forbidden book will only bring harm.
そうだね。それが賢明だと思うよ。
Relieved, Thor agreed with Loki. The diary was intriguing, but maybe it was best to show some restraint. Had things gone worse, there might have been even an entry on him. I pray Fenrir never writes another diary, or at least that she doesn't get any ideas about publishing it.
そうだね。
Selling the expensive tome pleased the merchant. I probably would have kept it if I was playing this without a guide, for sure. But I guess the guide actually will give us the choice to get all affection points for everyone, it looks like. It is what it is. I think I'm supposed to actually get rid of the train once we get to 34. So that's what we're gonna do. And I will see you guys after we get to the next choice that matters. See ya. Hello, and I'm back once again. This is the third scene that we get after, or sorry, not the third scene. The scene that we get after we get the, after we saw the third Train 8 scene for Freya here. So I actually chose this one, but we're supposed to choose That's Not True. When Loki was actually comparing himself to Odd Freya here, so that we can get a Freya point. Man, damn you buttering people up. I don't care what you think, but I'm not so great a man. If my ambitions require the use of something, I use it. That's all.
けれど、部下のことを気遣っていると。
And in return, their trust helps my ambitions. Understand? Let me teach you something, Autumn Goddess. Everyone expects something in return for their good deeds. Help others. Volunteer yourself. Preach about justice. It's all done expecting to be repaid. I actually do kind of agree with Loki's reasoning here. The repayment can be a sense of pride, the acquisition of status, anything really. But goodwill with nothing behind it is simply hypocrisy. Remember that.
それはオードのことを言っているのですか。
Maybe, but I can't speak to the dead. His true intentions will forever remain a mystery. At any rate, if you can be bothered to worry about me, spend that energy preparing for your next sex training. You seem well enough to concern yourself with others, so I'll make next time even rougher.
そんなことやめてください。
What's wrong? You don't sound so lively now. Have you been anticipating the training?
失礼いたします。
Loki watched Freya blush and leave the room as he smiled with amusement and returned to his work. Alright. We got another call one. Yorm's Tickle Torture. Hopefully this is not an H scene. But let's see. Okay. Looks like we got our very first H scene with Yorm. So for people on YouTube, see ya. Patreon.com/Azaikyousuke. I can't believe we actually got an H scene on, you know, something that I want to make into a common route thing. Welcome back, people on Patreon. Been a while since we actually got an H scene, have we? Veteran untied Yorm and laid her on her back. As she was being imbued with new sensations, Veteran continued to assault her until her transformation reached its limit. And we are back, YouTube. For once in a long time, I actually voice acted an H scene, and that was a pretty interesting one. Well, it started off interesting because Yorm was insensitive or she wasn't able to feel anything. But of course, this is an H scene, so after a while, she actually did feel something. So I will see you guys after I'm done with more stuff. So, see you in a tiny bit. And I'm back. God, these like battles are getting regressively tougher, so I'm actually having a hard time trying to beat them and trying to get the S rank on very hard, even with New Game Plus. Whew. But alright, let's do some more events here real quick. Man, I hope Succubus's promise is not an 8 scene. But I do think it's gonna be an 8 scene, considering the name. Monster and humans. Two different races got together to flail their swords and train. It was a normally impossible sight. The sparring races once again inspired a mystifying feeling in Freya.
この舞台は本当に不思議ですわね。
While Loki watched them train, Freya stood at his side and muttered, "What do you mean?"
魔族と人間が同じ舞台にいて切磋琢磨している。未だに女神である私の常識では信じがたいですわ。
It's a unique squad, I won't deny that. I don't know what demons are using human soldiers besides me and maybe Ymir. That's such a weird sentence.
あの人が描いた光景はもしかしたらこのようなものだったのかもしれません。
I wonder about that. I just gather troops as I please. The old king of folk's lofty goals don't match up with my own.
そうでしょうか。
Loki's reply made Freya feebly hang her head. She's beginning to question herself. That's a good sign. All the sex training gave her fatigue and doubt. The day that Freya was corrupted into Loki's servant deity wouldn't be far off. I'm supposed to do verbally corner her, and this gives me a conquest point. Huh. The fact that you married a human makes your fragility quite clear.
それはどういうことですか？
A goddess is supposed to be a complete being in itself. Therefore, desiring to marry anyone for any reason is proof of your weakness, isn't it?
それは違います。私が王女と契りを結んだのは人と神との共存のためであって。
Then it wasn't for love, only for other advantages. How very political.
それは。
Loki's question was more than Freya could answer, shutting her up. His argument was essentially sophistry. Assigning human values to a goddess was fallacious in itself. Freya would once have easily been able to respond to these questions. But the fact that she now couldn't, there we go, meant she just about unconditionally trusted Loki's words. All thanks to my training, I suppose. The pleasure of gaining control over the petulant goddess made Loki smirk. If you could always be so compliant, you might be cute. Loki continued to toy with the silent goddess until he was satisfied. That was a surprisingly pretty evil, choice for a mingle scene. Oops, sorry. Oh god, it is going to be an H scene, I know for a fact. The reason why I didn't really want to record more than one episode and make this into a giant episode is because of this, by the way. It's because we haven't really seen a lot of the, mingle scenes with Freya, with, oh, sorry, not Freya. Well, I guess, yeah, Freya. All of the goddesses, basically. And then all of the Hell Sisters, and then also with Fina. That's why, with the fact that it might also have an 8 scene in between, this is gonna be a freaking gigantic episode. I feel like it's at least going to be 3 hours plus. When Loki entered the sex training room, Fenrir impatiently ran over. She took his arm and blatantly pressed her chest against it. Between her coquettish glance and the way her tongue peeked through her lips, she was clearly tempting him.
いらっしゃいロキちゃん。私ちゃんと約束を守ったわよ。だから今度はロキちゃんの番よね。
I know. That's why I'm here. If Fenrir accomplished something great on the battlefield, Loki would have sex with her. as he'd promised long ago. To motivate the fickle succubus, it was a deal he had to make, but he didn't expect Fenrir to carry out her part so soon. And I'm back. Sorry about that, had to mute my mic. There was something really loud going on outside. Loki tried to set a high bar for her, but Fenrir easily cleared it.
さあこっちに来て早速始めましょう
Don't yank my arm! Fenrir got tired of waiting and began to strip off Loki's armor. He didn't feel up to it, but just this once, doing as the succubus wished was his only option.
今日はロキちゃんのことたっぷり気持ちよくしてあげるわね安心して私に身を任せなさい
Patreon.com/Azaikyousuke. God, her boobs are way too big, I swear. This is her second H scene, so this is why I've only said this like not that many times. But God, those are humongous! In the end, Loki had sex with Fenrir for the rest of the day. Gosh, that was a pretty lengthy H scene. It was an alright H scene. It was pretty decent because usually you'd see Loki dominating people, but this time he was the one being dominated. But the thing is, I don't really like Fenrir. Oh god, her boobs are way too big. But yeah, I will be back to you guys momentarily, so excuse me for a bit till we get to the next choice that matters, or a scene that we haven't seen. And I'm back. I actually took my time and ate some food because right now it's 6:30 p.m. But yeah, I am back and we can get a scene here with Yorm. Forgot what? What is she doing? In the room she was provided, Yorm repeatedly groaned. She rolled around in the bed, buried her face in the pillow, and kicked her legs around. Then she looked up again, wanting nothing more than to scream. But the scream got caught in her throat and rapidly shriveled away, so she fell limp again. Next thing she knew, Yorm's palm was sitting on her stomach.
何だったんだろうあれ
Yorm remembered when Loki captured and assaulted her. She wanted to forget, but her body retained those feelings.
あれが気持ちいいってこと
Yorm had no answer for the question she asked herself, but she repeated it every night at this point. She was tickled by tentacles across her whole body, inside her stomach, and even up to her womb. When she touched her stomach now, she felt nothing, but she certainly felt unusual at the time. Her body automatically shuddered, her breath became rougher, and she couldn't restrain her moans. That experience was a first to Yorm.
あれでも
Something nagged at her, like something similar had been done to her by someone before.
何だったかな
She agitatedly held her head in her arms. Yorm worked her brain so hard she nearly got a headache, writhing around in an attempt to grasp a vague memory. It was the pungent stench of blood filled the air. The walls and floor were painted crimson and covered with disfigured corpses. In the middle of it all, a girl stood mindlessly. Man, I am having so many like weird voice issues, or I guess pronunciation issues. She was stark naked and red with fresh blood, some of which was dripping from her crotch. Just how long had the girl been like this? Her vacant eyes gazed at empty space, and her dainty body was like a doll's. The girl stood perfectly still, like her heart was frozen and withering away. But a new intruder's voice broke the silence. The tragic scene rang with the girl's name. The speaker approached the girl and looked with shock at the surrounding carnage.
直したぞユリム。お前もやはり我が一族のものだ。詳しい話は後で聞こう。今はここを脱出するぞ。その姿が4人の目に触れたら余計な周辺を招く恐れがあるからな。
Hel hardened her expression and put a hand on Yorm's shoulder. But the doll-like girl's attitude reacted to her sister with no change at all. Hel nervously peered at Yorm's face. Yorm didn't respond. She continued to stare at nothing, her eyes dark. She was looking at nothing. She was listening to nothing. She had already ceased to feel anything, except for the seeds of a sensation in her womb. Yorm lost her senses and stopped growing physically. Many years passed since then. Well, she most likely got raped by her kidnappers and killed them all after that. That's probably what she forgot. It is pretty interesting though. But alright. I will see you guys in maybe... Let's see, how many turns? Probably 3 turns, maybe a tiny bit more. Probably 2 turns. I think at Mingle 50 we're gonna get a scene with Freya there. So I will see you guys in a tiny bit. And I'm back. I thought I was gonna need 2 turns, but it seems I only need 1 turn. This is 1 turn after we saw Regret's first training H scene. So I'm supposed to choose Impressive Regret here to get an affection point with her. Impressive Regret. Loki earnestly praised her. No matter how remarkable those textbooks were, she's the one who learned from them and applied their knowledge to combat. If she didn't have that talent, it wouldn't be possible. Regret's abilities were the real deal. She would likely prove more than useful in the future. Loki found himself putting his hand on her head as a natural response. Does that bother you? It happened to be in a perfect place to touch. Well, pretty much. Loki said vaguely, making Regret giggle. Huh, I see. Regret's smile was not that of a goddess, but simply that of the normal girl she appeared to be. I think that was us complimenting her actually doing, like, or I guess applying her skills. Or she probably did her tactical skills or whatever, right? Her tactical knowledge, I mean. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry, Garm. Garm's voice brought Loki back to reality. He looked up. Not only Garm, but Fina and Regret were looking at him inquisitively. Loki tried to evade the question by clearing his throat. No, I'm fine. Let's continue. Loki argued with Regret and shook his head. It wasn't a health issue. Something did weigh heavily upon him, but it was a highly personal matter. Shit! Curse you, Fina. You didn't have to tell them. They'd known each other a long time. He should have known she'd see through him. He objected with his eyes, but she calmly played dumb. Glad's National Library and writings from around the country were routed through to collect this data. Loki gave up and provided further explanation.
目録に載っている書物はロキ様にとって宝の山なのですよ。
Loki couldn't help but look disgruntled. The truth was as Spina described. If there were two of Loki, one of them would like to dash to the scene straight away, but was this the time to admit that? He had a cool image to keep up. Garm predictably began to go off.
それでさっきから柄にもなくぼーっとしてるわけか。しょうがねえな大将は。
私も本の虫みたいなものですからお気持ちはわかりますけど。
I feel like I've seen this one. Are you trying to make me feel better? Loki found himself glowering at regret.
いえ、そういうわけでは。そうです。もしよろしければ私が書物の内容をお話ししましょうか。
What? An unexpected idea occurred to Loki. His eyes brightened. You can tell me what's in the books. Are you seriously claiming to have them memorized?
いえ、一部の書物の重要な記述や要点だけですけど、もしその中にロキさんの知りたいことがあればお助けできるかなと思っただけで。
For some reason, Regret panicked and rambled. His glare a moment ago wasn't entirely taken as a threat, however. Those eyes contained some sliver of geniality toward a fellow scholar. Testing just how much Regret knows might be interesting. I don't think I've actually seen this, my bad. I'm supposed to accept the proposal and get rain points from this. Alright, then can you do that for me, Regret?
はい、任せてください。
Regret looked delighted.
何がいいかな。ユグドラ知る創造異分はご存知ですか。次元論の考察に興味は。
リグレット、読書談義は打ち合わせが終わってからにしてください。
ごめんなさい。私ったら。
読書中毒が2人に増えたようだな大将。
Of course they would use this to tease him. Regret did keep her promise, so it was a blow worth taking though. Later, Loki's time with Regret would be quite fruitful. It should go without saying. Okay, that's good. They are still going to attack me. So I will see you guys in most likely one turn once we get Freya to 50 Mingle. So yeah, see you guys in a tiny bit. And I'm back. So we don't have a Mingle 50 event with Freya. And it seems I'm supposed to not train Thor until later on. Or maybe I'm not supposed to train Thor at all, according to the guide. So I got rid of the train, as you can see. So we're gonna go do this event. And I think we might be good until Yorm's Mingle 40 event. Okay. Loki watched the Amazons train. Under Thor's command, they fought as they would in real combat. Divided into squads that violently clashed. It was an admittedly magnificent display. The troops had great strategic knowledge and solid unity. The fight against equally experienced opponents helped them to further grow. The Amazons were strong, and anyone would agree if they watched the practice battle. Even Loki felt that observing the match was worth his time.
まずまずといったところだね。新しく入った子たちもついてこられるようになったみたいだ。
Practice lasted for a bit under an hour. The two divided squads lined up, and their commanders ran over to give Thor their reports. Naturally, the commanders were also women. Their muscular yet lithe body had countless scars to show that. More so than they were women, they were warriors. That the Amazons took up swords instead of the men once again struck Loki as odd. Why were they so eager to fight? But the Amazons' competence buried those questions.
右翼の展開が遅れたのが敗因だね。相手がそこをついてくるのは予想できたはずだ。常に先を見据えて兵を動かさないといけないよ。
Thor gave the losing squad's commander some advice. She was a trusted and seasoned commander under Thor. Loki had also seen her a few times. The commander seemed to be leading some new troops. The initial trouble came from those new soldiers in the right flank. That she led these inexperienced soldiers and still fought admirably should have been impressive, but the Amazon commander listened to Thor in silence. Her eyes displayed faith in Thor and a desire to meet her expectations, judging by their impassioned glow. You wouldn't have blamed any other squad. After the Amazons left, Loki suddenly spoke up. Thor gave him a glance and shrugged.
私のアマゾネスはそうはいかないのさ。あの子たちはユグドラシルの最強の軍隊でなくちゃならないんだから。
You take pride in that. You give these women a fairly harsh duty.
性別は関係ないよ。事実、あの子たちは戦士として十分の強さを。
But in the end, do all the Amazons think the way you do?
どういう意味だ？
Thor sounded anxious. Loki didn't intend to argue, but decided this was a good opportunity. Making his opinions clear wouldn't be a bad idea. Obviously, goddesses and humans are different. The Amazons don't have the power that you do, and their lifespans are far shorter.
それがどうしたって言うんだ？
Well, listen, you must be aware of this too. They sacrificed their womanhood to serve you. To become powerful Amazons, they had to endure brutal training from a young age. They sacrificed their youth, suffered many scarring wounds, and grew up without ever knowing the joy of femininity. That pain was something that goddesses, given their long lives, find hard to imagine. The Amazons must have seen Thor in a glorious light. Her divine power and superhuman regenerative abilities maintained her youth and beauty. She was their ideal. Who could say if their longing gazes contained any hint of envy? That gave Loki some questions. Do you think they're really content? Thor, don't you feel that your ego has stolen the happiness these Amazons rightfully deserve? Thor went silent, but soon thought about it and glared back at Loki.
だからってあんたのゲスな革命を容認しろって？女は男に貸し付くべきって。誰がそんなこと決めたんだか？私は一度だって強制した覚えはないよ。あの子たちは自ら望んでこの場所にいるんだから。
Well, I believe it, but Loki's vague response got an unbridled look of frustration from Thor. I am supposed to agree with her and gain rain points and a Thor affection. Always gotta just suck up to these girls. And the Amazons do look up to you, it's true. It may have been the only life they knew, but as long as Thor was around, they would likely never hesitate to fight. And the Amazons were a fighting force indispensable to Loki's army, in fact. As long as they're useful to me, I'll refrain from commenting. If they want to live up to their reputation as the continent's strongest army, though, I expect results.
望むところさ。あんたの下ってのは気に食わないけどね。
Thor seemed to take that as a challenge. She combatively smiled and walked toward the lines of Amazons.
いいかいみんな。今度は部隊を3つに分けるよ。一つは私が直接指揮するから2対1で私を打ち負かしてごらん。
The crowd cheered. The increasingly excited Amazons fought as Loki watched for a while. Alright, next event for you guys is going to be... Let me take a look. Yeah, Mingle 40 for Yorm and then a Hell 10. So I'm supposed to get Hell right now, but it's been increasingly difficult to get her. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. It's very difficult. But I will see you guys in a tiny bit. And I'm back. God, I don't think I'm gonna get an S rank on this map. Jesus, this is way too difficult. But yeah, let's do Yorm's pass here.
調べ物ですか、ロキ様。
Venus set tea on Loki's office table. His work for the day was already finished, so the fact that Loki was sitting at his desk meant that something had drawn his interest. Loki's boundless curiosity got the best of him sometimes, and ensuring it didn't occupy all his attention was Fina's duty. Just a bit. About Yorm.
ユルムス様。
Surprised to hear that name, Fina blinked. Not only did Loki have a hostile relationship with Yorm, but he looked down upon her. That Loki would go to any effort for his lousy cousin was highly unusual.
どんなことを調べてらっしゃるのです？
The fact that she doesn't feel pain. You know about that, don't you?
ああ、以前はそれで手を焼いたのでしたね。
It still wasn't an especially hard fight, really. Loki corrected her, then looked down at the documents on his desk. Fina peeked at them and saw what happened to be medical records taken from Midgard's imperial court.
これはユルムス様ね。
From an examination quite some time ago, yes. Getting a hold of these took a fair few secret dealings.
そこまでする価値がこの記録に。
Well, I got something out of them. Yorm's constitution became this way later in life. I learned that much.
合点的。するとユルムス様は昔からああだったわけではないのですね。
Sorry about that. Had to pause the mic again because there was something outside that was super loud. Apparently, something was bugging me about this, so I wanted to look into it, but Loki had vague memories of Yorm being more docile than she later became. The image of her timidly hiding behind her sisters was still clear in his mind. Why did she become so audacious? The investigation began simply out of curiosity, but the plot thickens. Loki looked over the documents and got his thoughts in order. Yorm's inability to feel pain was the work of some manner of magic, judging from her medical exam. Details were foggy, presumably because not even the doctor fully understood it. Some type of incident or accident in dispelling the magic paralyzed all her senses, an after effect that remained with Yorm to this day. Thus, there were two questions. First, what spell was cast on Yorm? Second, who cast a spell, and for what purpose? If you could get to the bottom of this, returning Yorm's senses to normal shouldn't be impossible, but
ずいぶん肩入れなさるのですね、ヨルム様に。
what? Fina's sardonic giggle roused Loki from deep in his thoughts.
だってそうでしょ。ユルム様を治すためにそこまで知恵を絞るなんて。麗しい兄弟愛ですか？
I shouldn't have bothered to ask. There was being wrong, and then there was this. Forced to clear this up, Loki turned to face Fina again. Don't get the wrong idea. Well, knowing you, I'm sure I'm just being messed with, but
ああ、何が勘違いだと思うのですか？
God, I hate this girl. Don't play dumb. You know she's... So I'm actually supposed to say she's a woman here to get a Yorm affection point. God, I really do not want to... Oh God, I hate you. She's a woman. Maybe she's resisting now, but eventually, her heart will submit to me. This investigation is a means to that end, and nothing more. Once she has her senses back, I'll use that to make her cry.
では、そういうことにしておきましょうか。
Fina shrugged and casually agreed. She did just seem to be teasing him. He gave her a critical look, but she acted like she didn't notice. Good. Then stay out of my way. You can go now, Fina.
まあ、そう言わずに乗りかかった船です。私もお力添えをしますよ、ロキ様。
I said you're in the way. Did you hear me?
私は宮廷の記録からヨルム様にまつわる事件を洗いましょう。ロキ様はヨルム様にかけられた魔術の方をお調べください。
Fina brushed off Loki's complaints and got to work. In the end, the first to break was Loki. Then, unbeknownst to Yorm, their investigation proceeded. Okay, so what I need to do here is just to take Yorm's areas, and then we're gonna... God, there's still so many areas. I'm not gonna get an S rank on this. I'll see you guys in a tiny bit. And I'm back. It took me a while for this, but whew, this freaking chapter is just way too hard that I actually went way above the like S rank threshold for the turn count. So you guys will see that there's a lot of scenes here, but the guide specifically says to only do teacher and family for this chapter, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave these until I actually want to do these. Or not that I want to do this, until the guide specifically tells me to do it. So I'm gonna go teacher and family right now. Whew, so difficult. But yeah, I skipped over trying to get not Yorm, Hell. So you actually have to confront her and fight her again. And then after that, you actually do have to fuck her to make her submit. That gives her true affection. After the army was restructured, they had a large-scale practice match. As the war grew increasingly heated, they needed better trained troops. The coordination between their squads, in particular, was important when their army had forces from both Yggdrasil and the Demon Realm.
しかしヘル様がこっちについてくれて大助かりだよな実際のところ
Right. Monsters are so prone to falling out of order that Hell's presence is a valuable thing. Held up as the Empire's greatest general, Hell's charisma was alive and well even in Loki's army. The alliance with the goddesses made chaos brew among the monsters, but she adroitly kept them together. Never seen that word. Her talent as a commander even garnered Loki's respect. At the very least, it was unlikely that Fenrir or Yorm could ever achieve such outstanding unity. She was a powerful enemy, but as an ally, nobody could be more dependable.
珍しいな大将がそんな手放しで褒めるなんてよ
I always give my sincere impressions. The practice match ended. Hel even mobilized her troops to retreat elegantly, leaving the plains. Hel stood at the vanguard and seemed to spot him from afar. She left command of her squad to her aide and climbed up the hill. Good work, Hel.
己が任務をこなしただけだ。ねぎらいの言葉などいらん。しかし
Hel turned back toward the plains, then faced Loki again.
貴様はなぜ演習に参加しなかったのだ、ロキ。
I participated. I was watching from here to see my army's habits.
それは高みの見物というのだ。実際に戦いの場に身を置かねばわからぬことも多いぞ。演習だとて同じことだ。
Huh. Speaking from your warrior experience, I'll take that into account, I suppose. Loki shrugged. The battlefield was the battlefield, no matter which part of it he stood on. The important thing was that he could see everything. I have you, to say nothing of the other commanders. I don't need to personally take command, except in dire situations, maybe.
情けない。だから貴様は分かっていないというのだ。
What?
大将がいるのといないのとでは兵の士気はまるで違う。数や陣形だけを気にしているようでは二流の証拠だ。だいたい演習で貴様自身が何も学ぶものがないと考えていること自体増長している。盤面を眺めただけで紙気取りとは何という滑稽。
おいおいヘル様よ大将に向かってそりゃあんまりな言い草じゃねえか
ガロードよ、貴様は黙っていてもらおう。いい機会だ。ロキ、私がその少年を叩き直してやる。
Hel acted like that was her plan the whole time and grabbed Loki's arm. Wait, where do you think you're going?
ぐずぐずするな。稽古をつけてやろうというのだ。レズルングに頼ってばかりで武術の腕もあまり磨いていないのだろう。
That's not your problem. I decide my schedule, and I don't have time for training.
内政など文官に任せておけばいい。それより貴様は自分が生き残る術を身につける方が先決なのではないか。
Hel's invitation was forceful. Loki knew she was thinking about his safety in her own way, but her demands were too one-sided. Loki decided to... So I'm supposed to reject her here to get a conquest point. So it seems that Rain is actually not just, you know, it's not actually just, it's basically, Conquest is basically rejecting everyone else's ideals and not be amicable. I thought it matters more towards, you know, just rejecting all of the goddesses, but it seems we actually also reject the demons here, which is pretty interesting. No. Loki brushed off Hell's hand and turned around. She was only a commander in service of Loki. Unlike when they were in the Empire, she had no place to take charge.
ロキ、それではファルバ殿も失望されるぞ。
My father has nothing to do with this. I do things my way. Loki left Hell behind and paced down the hill. Did I skip something? Okay, that was just the super fast, no effects or no animation thing going off. Garm fretfully followed behind him. Hel grumbled, but Loki couldn't hear her. Okay, past this point, what I need to show you guys is actually on chapter 6. Damn, I actually did not think that I would still be in chapter 5 right now, because the gameplay is actually so difficult, it's taking me forever to progress. Whew. Hopefully chapter 6 doesn't give me too much trouble. This chapter really gave me a lot of trouble. But yeah, it's 8 p.m. now. I don't even know if I can actually finish this in today. This is insane, man. But yeah, I'm gonna see you guys in a tiny bit. And I'm back. This is one turn after chapter 6. So last time I actually let her do as she wished, but I actually need to threaten to corrupt her, and it will give me Conquest and an Odin affection. That is actually interesting. You get an Odin affection here? Wow, you do! Loki grabbed Odin's arms and pinned her to the bed. As if she had no time to resist, or maybe didn't care to in the first place, her dainty body sank into the sheets. Don't get too comfortable, Chief God. You don't seem to understand how far your divine energy has fallen. Loki firmly held down her arms and stared into her heterochromatic eyes. If Odin were as young as she looked, she would have to be horrified.
やはりまだまだ小僧じゃねえ。わらわら、あれ式のことで完全に力を失ったとでも思っておるのか?
But she was the highest deity, Odin. She expressed not a sliver of fear, looking right back at Loki as she responded. Not completely, yes, I'm aware, but enough that I could defeat you.
わらわが力を隠しているとは考えぬのか?
Why don't we find out? Silence dominated the room. Based on the situation alone, Loki had the upper hand, but anyone who knows Odin's strength knew that didn't make a difference. Stillness and sunlight alone filled the room until Loki decided to let go of Odin and get up.
育児のない男じゃ。このまま犯す度胸もないからな。
Milksop. First time I heard of that. But she said something Otoko, right? Maybe like a weak-willed Otoko or something. Weak-willed guy. I don't think it's worth wasting energy on this. That's all. But don't worry. If you want to be ravaged so badly, I'll make sure your next training session drives you mad.
それは楽しみにしておこうかね。
While Odin fearlessly smiled, Loki left the room. Okay, now that that's done, I can actually show you guys some of the scenes here. True Moon, My Body is My Sword, Thor-style Massage. Those are the ones that I want to show you guys. So first things first is this one.
ルキ来たわ。出るかよ。
So you can only get this if you have Turka at Mingle 99 and also Affection 3, I think. Oh, Turka. Thanks. Come in.
急に用事があるって何の用かしら。もしかしてまた触手で犯すつもり？
Oh, there's something I wanted to confirm with you.
何かしら。
Be honest, Turka. Do you want to be my servant deity? A goddess's bodies surge with divine energy, enabling them to summon and make use of their powerful divine gear, as well as exhibit superhuman strength and mobility. But if dark energy is poured into them past the tipping point, the goddess becomes a servant deity.
従属心。それってつまり触手で起こされて全く違う自分になるということよね。
No, you should still keep your memories, but your values would probably shift a good deal. If anything, the feelings hidden deep in your mind would grow presumably. Loki seldom gave vague answers, but when he did, it was because there were a few examples to base his conjecture on. Capturing a goddess was enough of a challenge, but filling them with dark energy until they became a servant deity was extremely rare, even in the books he scrounged up. Hard to say word. And in those cases, it was treated like legend. But if my predictions are correct, your divine gear's power and your physical abilities should significantly increase. Well, Turka, any interest in being my servant deity?
お断りするわ。
Turka declared clearly and without hesitation. Hands on her hips, she sourly continued.
私は私のままでいたい。ロキのことは好きだけれども、この気持ちが変わってしまうかもしれないのは絶対に嫌よ。
Her saying I love you is kind of a bit abrupt there, to be honest.
けれど、ロキが命じれば、私はあなたの従属心になるわ。それはあなたの好きなようにして、ロキ。
I knew you'd say that. Sorry, Turka. I was testing you.
意地が悪いわよ。いきなりどうしたの？
What, you ask? I don't know. Maybe I just wanted to know for sure.
確認？
If, after being captured and sexually conditioned, you are still the same person, if your powerful will could overcome your lust, that's what I wanted to know. Loki could spawn tentacles and use lust to make women her pawns. He wanted to see if Turka was strong enough to resist it.
私も甘く見られたものね。こう見えても女神なんだから、触手なんかに負けないわよ。
So it seems. In that case, Turka, will you fight for me regardless?
ええ、私はあなたの剣であり続ける。だからあなたも私の主たる人物であり続けて。約束よ。
Then it's a promise. I'll be a ruler worthy of wielding you. Stay by my side.
そこは安心して。ロキが嫌だと言ってもついていくからね。
This is some nice music, huh? The windy war deity Turka. The power Loki seeks from her is... actually have no idea what this does. The guy doesn't seem to be telling me to choose anything, right? Let me take a look. Yeah, I don't think the guide is telling me to actually choose anything. So this is giving you an extra skill. Guardian's Power, Evil Sling Blade. I don't know. I'm just gonna try to get something that's giving me more attack power. So probably Turbulent Multi-Strike. Evil Sling Blade seems also pretty good. Turbulent Multi-Strike. Slay Flying 1, added attack 1. Good and evil. Interesting. Turka transform into a good goddess. So is she actually a good goddess? She is. Okay, it gives you Slay Flying and added attack 1. Which is decent, I guess. And now it's time for your turn, Freya. 99 Mingle. She also gets 3 affection, as you can see. She was at 4 before, and now she's at 7. Freya stood in the dark plains and looked up at the moon. A light breeze fluttered her dress. Her face looked a bit pensive. Seeing the goddess with dominion over the moon, moon-gazing is a bizarre sight.
ロキさん、いらしたのですか？
Yes, Garm said you were here.
それで何かご用ですか？
I thought it might be nice if we could drink together. Just you and me. Loki presented 2 wine glasses and a bottle.
そうですね。ご一緒させていただきます。
Normally, Freya would reject the invitation, but that day, she didn't. I'm surprised you said yes. Did something happen?
夫が亡くなった日もこのような月の明るい夜だったと思い出して少し感傷に浸っていただけですわ。
And you want to drink that away? How very human of you.
人間とちぎりを結んだ女神に向かって今更ですね。
You have a point. Loki poured some wine in a glass and handed it to Freya. The night wind blew against their skin. For a cooling body temperature raised by alcohol, it was an ideal gust. Freya, do you still think about the king?
当然です。私はあの人の志に感銘を受けたからこそ本来ありえぬ人間と女神の婚姻を結んだのです。そう簡単には忘れられません。
Freya stared straight at Loki. The light in her eyes reflected willpower as strong as when they first met. Well, never mind that. Even when this war is over, I expect you to keep assisting with my conquest. It will be a long battle. No matter how long it takes, one day I'll erase the old king from your heart.
意外と執念深いお方ですのね。
Only because you're worth it.
私の中から王土を消し去りたいというのであればお好きになさってください。私はあの人へのミサを守り続けます。
You know, these scenes actually will only trigger if you have affection 3, right? But the thing is, to get affection, you actually do have to train them and not just mingle with them. So if I wasn't looking up a guide on this, there was absolutely no way in hell I would be able to get these. Well, I've learned that no assault on your body will be effective. Instead, I'll have to drink with you every day and get to know you better. He meant to take his time and seduce her when it came down to it. Freya didn't lie. She would remain faithful to the man she made her husband. But not forever. Time erases emotions perfectly often.
いえ、そんなことありえませんわね。
Sorry about that, Freya. Freya bitterly smiled and tossed the absurd thoughts aside. But within her, some minor hope for Loki began to take root. The Harvest Moon deity, Freya. The power Loki seeks from her is evil, sealing arrows, earth blessing, folk swine. I'm just gonna choose the cooler sounding one, or the coolest sounding one. I guess it's gonna be... I feel like this is way too Chunibyo, man. I'm just gonna go with either Lunar Eye or Earth's Blessing. Probably Lunar Eye. Critical boost 30, sap defense 25, if you're good. If you're evil, helmet split 25 and cross attack. Not bad. We're not done yet. Let me take a look at her again. Yeah, she became a good goddess. Level 71. 68. Her attack is pretty low though. Okay, time to do this one. Thor-style massage. Loki felt fatigue behind his eyes and pressed against his brow. There was still business to attend to. As their territory expanded, the amount of paperwork naturally increased. I think I'm probably gonna have to do an all-nighter for today, man. I'm probably gonna try to sleep at 12 or something like that. Hopefully I'll be able to finish it. Because right now it's 8:46, so I got around 3 hours left. I can probably let the video render while I go to sleep, but hopefully in 3 hours I could finish actually recording through this ginormous episode. It was a positive burden to bear, but there was inevitably a limit. Loki typically had a lot of passion for domestic affairs, but if he was this busy, he'd have to consider hiring more secretaries. The question was, how would Loki train staff to match his expectations?
邪魔するよ。
Loki heard a knock at the door, but before he could say anything, Thor came in. There shouldn't have been any reason for her to be there, however. Loki looked suspicious, but Thor shrugged and drew closer.
ベーナに頼まれてね。あんたがお疲れのようだからほぐしてやれってさ。
Loosen me up how?
肩でも揉んでやれって言うのさ。本当はあんたのマッサージなんかごめんなんだけどね。執務の最中に倒れられても困るだろ。
And that's why you're here? Loki couldn't help but give her a dubious look. A simple shoulder rub was cause enough to call on a goddess? As far as massages went, Pina herself did a fine job. Why would she choose Thor to do it? Couldn't your ludicrous strength break my shoulders?
言ってくれるね。私だって加減くらい心得てるよ。
I hope so. What to do? There might have been some kind of mistake. With no offense meant toward Thor, maybe saying no was the safest move. Or... I am supposed to... accept Thor's offer, get a rain point and also a Thor affection point. Fine, then do it.
よし来た。じゃあ体を楽にして。
Like this. Loki did as told and relaxed. Why wasn't there a question mark? Thor suddenly put her hands on his shoulders and took a deep breath. Hey, do you need to psych yourself up so much? Maybe you're the one who needs to relax.
何おどおどしてるんだか。それじゃ一気に行くよ、ロキ。
Wait, Thor, what are you? Ah! His vision suddenly flickered. The explosive impact made his body jump and nearly fall from his chair. But Thor suppressed his shoulders with all her might to prevent that. The powerful shock briefly shut his brain down. He didn't notice that Thor jolted him with electricity until she took her hands off him. Ugh! Loki nearly keeled over, but steadied himself and abruptly put his guard up. Wretch! You dare to turn on me! Not even Loki could avoid losing his cool. He faced Thor and generated dark flames.
なあ、マッチだって。早とちりはやめな、ロキ。
Loki took a fighting stance, but Thor spread her arms to show she had no ill intent. Don't play games with me. You lulled me into a false sense of security and took me off guard. I misread you, Thor.
だから違うんだって。ロキ、体のコリはどうだい？
What? Loki finally noticed. All his body's fatigue had disappeared. His shoulders felt light, like the exhaustion he felt all day was but a dream. Did that electricity do this?
その顔だと効き目はあったみたいだね。これがトール式電流治癒術だよ。その昔、オーディン様の疲れを癒そうと思って失敗しちまった後に、研鑽の末に編み出したゴッドスキルさ。
Such a stupid thing. Thor is like the dumbest one of the goddesses. Fairly paltry for a divine power. However, you could have said so at the start. Ashamed that he panicked, Loki looked away. But I'll at least thank you. I appreciate this, Thor.
こっちもあんたの反応を楽しめたからね。いいってことさ。
Thor shrugged and left the room. Loki looked back toward his desk and decided next time he was tired, maybe he could ask her again. And that is gonna be where I'm gonna stop the recording. I will see you guys in... I don't know, how many turns do we got? Probably a couple turns. Yeah, probably a couple turns. I'll see you guys in a couple turns. And I'm back. This is the scene that you get after Regret's second training H scene, so you're supposed to help her here so that you can gain more Regret affection points. As usual, you know the drill. Why not? By analyzing my own decisions and your actions, I might be able to learn something.
ありがとうございます。
At least compared to the typical paperwork, this might be somewhat of a change of pace. Loki and Regret talked out their stances and opinions, particularly with regards to parts Regret had no direct involvement in, like the final showdown with Yorm. She seemed to be fascinated. After around an hour of debate, Regret contently smiled.
ありがとうございました。おかげで助かりました。
Good to hear. Making records of this war would have to be rough in itself.
仕方ありませんよ。それでも歴史が紡がれる限り残していかなければならないんですから。
Regret's smile was pure, like she sincerely liked her job. We're not done, don't you guys worry. We got a call here. A mingle with Regret bathroom duty. Needing to transport his troops, Loki used this in Mara. They were meant to travel by land, but the current operation required urgency. It would take 1 day of travel, during which time Loki was to act as commander. But overseeing the troops was left to the officers below him, whereas Loki stayed in his office and put together the plans to come. Next thing he knew, it was night. In the mood for a change of pace, he stepped out into the hallway. The hall had sparse lighting. It was illuminated by the moonlight, but otherwise quite dim. Loki looked out the window to the sea of clouds below and felt somewhat calmed. The ship was filled with soldiers, but the area around Loki's office was off limits, and there was nobody to be seen. It was dead silent. Loki acclimated himself to the solitude. It's hard to say. And then... Who's there? I've seen you before. If I recall correctly, she was an assistant to Regret. She had kind, somewhat youthful features, but in terms of appearances, it looked like she and Regret could be mother and daughter. What are you doing here? Loki somewhat softened his tone. For what?
ロキさん、どうかしたんですか？
When Loki cocked his head, the woman in question appeared. Handkerchief in hand, she had just come out of the bathroom after presumably doing her business. Regret, what does this woman do for you?
どうしてそんなことを聞くんですか？
For some reason, Regret seemed panicked. She looked at the assistant and Loki's faces, apparently feeling she did something wrong. She says she attends you for something, but I'm wondering what.
そうなんですか。別に深い意味はないんですよ。普段からそばに控えているっていうだけで。
So, does she like wash your ass or something when you poop? That's kind of weird. A bodyguard then. But a single human, and one who didn't appear experienced in combat, would only be a burden when worst came to worst. Putting it all together, Loki had an inkling as to what it was. Does she attend you to the bathroom specifically?
そうですね。
Regret was visibly skittish and seemed eager to change the topic. But Loki was in the mood to tease her a bit more. So her job is to come with you when you need to do your business. Is that it?
ロキさん、もう許してくださいよ。
Heh, who would have thought a goddess couldn't go to the bathroom by herself?
そんなことありません。夜だったり、慣れなくて不気味な場所の時だけ彼女についてきてもらうだけです。
Oh wait, so she really just accompanies you? I thought she would actually be washing your ass. Basically, you get too scared to go to the bathroom.
それは。
Regret stuttered and teared up.
お願いします。このことは誰にも話さないでください。女神がこんな怖がりなんてみんなに示しがつかないんです。
Yeesh, you're a goddess. It's not as if a ghost or something is a threat to you. The fact that he had such a difficult fight with this coward made Loki feel like an idiot. Fine, I'll keep it a secret. Spreading this around would do nothing for Loki anyway. He shrugged and accepted.
ありがとうございます。
But in exchange,
なんですか？
right when Regret started to look relieved, she was struck by anxiety. Okay. I'm supposed to choose this one, of course. You get more rain points and regret affection. I expect you to prove your worth in battle.
それだけですか？
Is that all you ask? Do you think lightly of this war?
いえ、そんなことは。戦いですね。わかりました。私、頑張りますから。
Regret clenched her fists and psyched herself up. He was honestly uneasy, but if she said so, he had to believe her. In the next operation, Regret did his promise and fought valiantly. Loki thought back to her fear of going to the bathroom and compared that to her appearance in battle. It was impossible to believe they were the same person. What a stupid scene. Afraid of going to the bathroom, really? Okay, next scene should be... I don't know, actually. They actually want me to get Turka to train 50 and get her stallion event. I don't know why. But I will see you guys once choices actually do matter. So, see you guys in a bit. Hello, I'm back. And this is actually a scene that... let me take a look. The scene is actually not on the walkthrough for some reason. I'm taking a look at the name of the scene, right? It's called Gather 5 Goddesses. I guess this is the scene that you get only if you don't turn anyone into a dark goddess. But I actually already skipped one dialogue because I thought I was able to skip this. But turns out no. The Sinmara flew through the night sky. It looked down through the clouds at the mountains of Yggdrasil below, enjoying the momentary peace before the next battle. It was Loki's mothership, one that bore his mother's name, and it carried all of Yggdrasil's goddesses. Now that he thought about it, that was quite something. They were permitted to meet, letting them see each other alone for the first time in a while.
少し前まではこのようなことになるとは無想だにせんかったな。わらわたちが魔族のもとに集うとはいろいろ思うところはあるけれど、今は私たちが再び一緒になれたことを喜びましょう、オーディン様。だな。私たちにもまだできることがあるんだしさ。
The self-deprecating mother goddess was encouraged by the others. Their duty of protecting Yggdrasil still persisted. Loki's whims could put that in jeopardy, but that didn't stop them. The times being what they were, the fact that Yggdrasil's goddesses could come together was very reassuring to them.
思えば妙なものですね。私たちが一堂に会するなんて、平和だった時にもめったにあることではなかったのに。
そうですわね。それもこんな長い時間を共にするなんて。
The goddesses protected different regions of Yggdrasil, and aside from celebrations like the Sacred Three Festival, they normally remain in their assigned territories. As for times they worked together for so long, this was the first time in history.
リグレットは甘えん坊だからな。案外今の状況が嬉しかったりするんじゃないか。
そんなこと、ないとは言えませんけど。
いいではありませんの。たとえ限りある間でも一緒にいられる幸せに今は感謝しましょう。
そうね。私もみんなと一緒で嬉しいわ。ね、リグレット。イルカお姉ちゃん。
Her respected sister's kind voice made Regret smile. Thor was teasingly grinning, so she didn't show her tears, however.
皆の者、それぞれの役目を忘れるでないぞ。力を合わせ、この難局を乗り切るのじゃ。
はい、オーディン様。私たちは女神の革命、ユグドラシル大陸の守護。
私たちはそのために生を受け女神になったんですものね。
その通りじゃ。 お主たちはその高潔なる魂、そして深き慈愛に満ちた魂がゆえに女神として選ばれ転生したのじゃからな。
Odin spoke. They had heard it all before, but every one of the goddesses listened intently. Edda, Thrudheim, Folk, Glads, these lands and the feelings of those who lived there let them become goddesses, accepting a new life and a new role. Without pure souls and heartfelt compassion, they could not be goddesses. Some sought the duty while others were chosen for it, but their objective was the same. The mother deity and the seasoned sisters protected Yggdrasil. Only Odin had different origins, but whether she started life as a god or a human was unknown.
お主たちはわらわがユグドラシルの意志が見出した女神の器じゃ。信じておるぞよ。
任せてください、オーディン様。女神の役目貫いてみせますから。
Thor pounded her chest. The other goddesses smiled and nodded, feeling unified anew. I see. The goddesses' vessels and a purpose in life. Loki carefully took his hand off the door. He didn't mean to eavesdrop, but he happened to hear the goddesses inside. Loki was never one to hold back, but his interest faded until he decided to turn away. They didn't seem to be plotting a rebellion, and if gathering together helped raise their morale, he might as well let them. What intrigued Loki more was what Odin said. The goddesses weren't always goddesses? They were reincarnated as deities, apparently. If that was true, would it be possible for someone to reincarnate as a new goddess? Rather than bother with defending territory, if he could get one who lived for him, that would be welcome. Thinking about it now won't produce any answers. The will of Yggdrasil. I'm sure I haven't gotten to the bottom of all this yet. Even Odin seemed to have some secrets. With that, Loki dropped that line of thought. For the time being, using the pawns he had to win the war took priority. When dawn broke, a new battle would await. I suppose I'll rest while I still can. Loki headed to his room. Man, this game is clearly trying to make you get into the, you know, like the real, or I guess the real route, quote unquote, is most likely going to be the law route, right? It's just so apparent, man. Gosh. But yeah, I will see you guys in a tiny bit after we get to some more choices and whatnot, or a new scene. And I'm back. We are at the scene after seeing Thor's third training age scene. So we're going to say it won't bother you eventually here for... Let me take a look. What do we get from this? Dreadful Premonition. To get a conquest point. It won't bother you eventually. I think this is when, you know, Thor was seeing the battlefield or something. I don't remember the exact scene. If the scale falls in one direction, your self-doubt will disappear. Then Thor would be overtaken by her destructive impulses. If she became true to her desires, it would also be the ideal outcome for Loki. Thor didn't need to think at all. Ultimately, she only had to follow Loki's orders, so abandoning all concerns would be ideal. Yes, but it's also what you want.
私は違う。衝動のままに暴れたりなんて女神にあるまじきことじゃないか。
Your thoughts and behavior are finally changing. It's only natural that they would, of course. Loki knew Thor was acting, but he didn't bother to call it out. He didn't need to when, deep down, she knew the reality. It's about time to retreat. Thor, get your squad in order. Thor pulled herself together and got moving. Loki watched her leave, then returned to his work. Okay, it seems that's the only scene I need to show you guys. Yup, won't be seeing any scenes until quite a while later, so I will see you guys in a tiny bit. And I'm back once again. Ooh, bringing you more scenes with Regret here. Yallarhorn's Yell. A knock at the door made Loki slowly look up. Come in. Entering with a meek look on her face was Regret. She was seldom called when Loki was working, so she wondered just what he might want. Loki beckoned her closer and got straight to the point. Perfect timing. I wanted to use your divine gear for something.
真相もしかして敵襲ですか
No, not that. In a sense, you could say it's a similarly difficult struggle though. Regret cocked her head at Loki, who pointed her to a pile of documents. It was all the work that had to be done that day. Between all the expeditions and military restructuring, plenty had piled up.
こんなにあるんですか大変ですね私も何かお手伝いできればいいのですけど
That's why you're here. She blinked. Annoyed that Regret wasn't getting the picture, Loki tapped his finger on the desk. Use Yallarhorn to energize me. It should keep me awake better than coffee, I assume. Oh my god, this is also a stupid scene.
そういうことですか
Such a stupid scene. Get it? Then could you get started?
ロキさんすごい偉そうです真相をこんなことに使うなんて聞いたことがないですよ
Regret grumbled, but reluctantly took out Yallarhorn. When Loki glared, she sighed and struck the sacred metal. Alright. Energy surged through Loki. The fatigue that weighed on his shoulders disappeared, and his focus returned. He swiftly grabbed his pen and got to business.
私はいつまでこうしていればいいんですか
Regret was answered, of course, by nobody. Done? Loki looked over the final document and stamped it. They say focusing makes time move faster, but the dark of night had already fallen upon them. Loki stretched and looked up from the desk. What are you doing here?
そんな忘れるなんてひどいですよ
Alright, I was having you help.
お仕事終わったんですかもうやられ本をしまってもいいんですね
Yes, good job, Regret.
疲れました
When Regret put away her divine gear, fatigue immediately came creeping in. Yallarhorn helped him not to feel the exhaustion, but now he could. Loki pressed the corners of his eyes, and when he looked at Regret, she was just as worn out. All throughout Loki's work, she stood and activated her divine gear. Even using it to its minimum extent would have to be draining. Regret looked relieved to finally be free. I'm supposed to, of course, ask Regret out to dinner to get another rain point and also an affection point for her. Would you like to have dinner with me? We spent this much time together already. I don't know if I'd call it a reward, but you should eat. I'll have Fina bring the food.
珍しいですねロキさんがそんなこと言うなんて
If you have a problem with it, I'm not forcing you.
いえそんなこといつも理不尽なこと言ってくるばかりだから意外だっただけですじゃあせっかくだしいただきますねたくさん
I see. I'll call Fina. Completely disgruntled, Loki rang the bell. During the nice dinner, Loki chatted with Regret. Okay, that's done and dusted. Seems we're good until we get to Regret's level 40 mingle. or for the affection mingle thing. So I will see you guys in a tiny bit. And I'm back. Whew. Man, I'm actually getting pretty sleepy. It's 10 o'clock right now. God damn, it's actually only 2 hours left before I think I can't really handle the sleepiness. But we're gonna do Fascinated. This is a Mingle 10 Odin scene, so let's do it.
してこれは何という食べ物かの。こちらは肉と数種類の野菜に魔界用生物の炭を混ぜて煮込んだ魔界風暗黒シチューです。ティルカやフレイヤの国で似たような料理を見たことがあるが、なるほど、実際に食べるのは初めてじゃな。それでこちらの酒は何じゃ？フレイヤがよく古くから持ってくる酒は鮮やかな赤色であったが、これは無色透明なようだな。これは穀物を原材料にした度数の強い魔界の酒です。100度蒸留を行う製造過程からハンドレットと呼ばれていて、
Odin didn't wait for the chief to finish speaking before drinking a whole shot glass in one gulp.
なるほど、これは強烈じゃの。味わうためではなくて酔うための酒といったところか。これはこれで気に入ったぞ。いえ、それはそのまま飲むのではなくて、果実を口に含ませたまま少量を口に入れて味わうものなのです。なんと、なるほど、そのまま飲むものではないのか。魔族の風習とはなかなかに興味深い。してこっちのパンは小麦で作られてはおらぬようじゃが、原料ははい、それは。
The chef girl answered Odin's barrage of questions in a panic. As was to be expected, given she was the greatest of all deities. Rubbing her the wrong way could mean losing her life. That was plenty of reason to be stressed. What are you doing, Odin? You're bothering the chef.
ロキ様。
The chef felt her life shortening every moment as she described each dish to Odin. But then Loki came to her aid. Sorry to waste your time. I'll take over from here. You can go now.
はい、それでは失礼いたします。
Looking like she escaped from impending peril, the chef bowed and left the room. Left without her, Odin stared at Loki with displeasure.
なんじゃロキか。せっかく料理の説明を受けていたというのに邪魔立てするでない。
Think about how she feels. You're the chief god. Any questioning from you is going to feel like an interrogation. She was probably afraid any wrong word would get her killed. Don't you feel bad?
わらわはそんな暴君ではないぞ。失礼なやつじゃ。ともかくお主が部屋に来るとは珍しい。わらわに何か用事でもあるのか？
So over here, I'm actually supposed to invite her out for a conquest point and an Odin affection point. Huh, interesting. I guess eat with her will probably give you a rain point, but maybe not an affection point? Well, I heard you were alone and bored, so I went out of my way to come visit. Once you've had your fill, would you like to come work off the calories, Odin? Loki put his fingers on her chin and tilted her head up, staring straight into her eyes. A man with Loki's good looks would easily sway the average demon girl, but Odin was not impressed. Not only that, but she looked at him with scorn and sighed.
まこと性欲の権下じゃなお主は。遠慮しておこう。四六時中時も場所も考えずにまぐわうのは獣のすることじゃ。
Odin brushed Loki's hand away and returned to her meal. Her dismissal made Loki futilely shrug. You howl like an animal during your training though. Why so cold?
あれはお主に合わせておるだけだ。男というのはみんなあのような従順で陰眼な女子が好みなのであろう。
Correct. And all the better when they're not as stingy as you are.
つくづく魔族とは傲慢じゃな。話は終わりか。わらわは冷めぬうちに食事に戻りたいのじゃが。
Fine. That'll be all for today. We shall meet again, Odin. Mostly for your training.
はようされ。お主の顔を見ているとせっかくの料理の味が落ちてしまう。
It was hard to believe Odin was the prisoner from how instantly she shooed Loki away. Loki thought the training might have changed something and came to check, but as far as he could tell, her attitude remained the same. She was as stuck up as ever. He expected as much, but the highest deity's mental fortitude was significant. It was, however, nothing to be discouraged by. But that should make corrupting her interesting. Just watch, Odin. Soon you'll be my slave. His heart full of grim emotions, Loki left Odin's room. Oh my goodness. I actually don't think I'm gonna be able to finish this even at 12 o'clock at midnight. So I think what I'm actually gonna do is actually call it for today's recording session. I've actually been recording since what? 3:30 or 4 o'clock, so I've been playing for a good 7 hours. This is actually fucking insanity. So what I'm gonna do here is probably call it a recording session, yeah. So throughout the week, I'll probably try to finish recording this after finishing off Alcana 2 for the day. Alcana will most likely be finished pretty easily since it's not a gameplay visual novel, but gosh, I forgot just how difficult it is trying to actually make a New Game Plus save file for you know, like a game that has gameplay. Rants 9 actually took me a long time too. Like, the whole episode was about 3 hours or 4 hours long, and I think it took me the course of a couple of days. And this one is no different. Oh my goodness. Well, Azai going out. I will see you guys in 1 second for future Azai to come join us back for, like, you know, a different choice. But yeah, see you guys in a bit. Man, the whole total length of this episode is gonna be like 5 hours. Oh my goodness. Hello, and I am back. You guys might have seen that stuff has been changing around, because what you guys did not see is that I actually played through the game again. So I didn't actually show you guys, but when I played New Game Plus, I actually made the game into or I played the game in very hard mode, right? And my god, I actually cannot progress through the game. I kid you not. The game was so hard, it actually took me forever. Like, they just kept spamming people at you to attack that I can't actually get them or get the areas that I'm supposed to conquer. But the thing was though, because I have to play the game from the beginning, the game is actually stupid. It doesn't have like a new game, or not a new game, like a save clear data file, right? So instead of actually playing through the game with my like units and everything else intact, nope, I actually had to play the game from the very beginning. So you guys might see that I have no Augermere. That's because I don't have the Key of Destinies. Or the Key of Destinies that I got, I summoned a different like unit. I summoned this one instead, Apister, which is still very good, but yeah. I can't believe that happened though, it's so stupid. So if you guys play this game by yourself, see, the problem is they also don't have like a lock feature for the save file that you're supposed to keep, right? So I think what I'm supposed to do before I end the game, I just have to quick save so that it's safe over there, which is super dumb. So, like I said, I overwrote the save file that I had, and I had to play the game from the beginning. So this is a new game in easy, or not easy, I guess normal. Because I don't think I'm comfortable with playing a game that's like super easy. Even when I was playing this game like on normal, it's still actually quite difficult, even though I've already played it before. Maybe I just suck at the game and I don't know how to make a good comp. But yeah, this is actually going to be the last part before I probably end this episode. This episode has been going on for way too long. I've been playing this game for maybe about 7 days or something crazy like that, just for this episode. But yeah, after this, I only need to show you guys what some of the scenes for chapter 7. The only thing I need to show you guys for chapter 6 here is just this, and we only need to wait until Odin gets to mingle 20 and train 20. And yeah, I think that's about it. The only thing I'm not really sad about, or the thing is, so the common route that I've been showing you guys, the scenes that I've shown you guys throughout the whole episode, this is for the law route. So what I did not know was that I was following the law common route, even though it is going to have the same conquest points and reign points to be able to do all the routes. It doesn't show all the scenes. So this is what I'm trying to say, right? Now that Turka is mingle 99 and Freya is mingle 99, even if we train them, they're not going to become corrupted, right? And if you corrupt the girls first and then do mingle with them, they actually get a different mingle scene, which I did not know. So that is interesting. So after I finish this playthrough on the law route, I probably have to do another common route for you guys. Something like this episode like this, but probably not going to be as long, hopefully. Because this episode is going to be like at least 5 hours or something. Or I've already recorded like 3 sections and it's 4.5 hours. Depends on how long this last section is gonna be, but let's go do folk arts from Glads. Because this is a new scene. While on business, Loki went to check on shipments to the Demon Realm. Normally, he left such matters to someone else, but because this was trade with the Empire, he was curious to give it a look. Loki looked at the assorted food and drink typical of Yggdrasil and confirmed there was no particular problem. They were precious wares from the floating continent, so they could expect to see some decent demand. Loki's land was spreading as well, stabilizing their supply line. What's this? Something mixed in with the luggage caught Loki's eye. A wooden statue of a bear with a fish in its mouth stood out from the other trinkets.
それは私の国の民芸品です。
From Glads. Wait, more importantly, where did you come from?
ずっとお手伝いしてたんですけど。
You have? I didn't notice.
私、そんなに影薄いですか？女神なのに。
Get over it. Anyway, you said this is art from Glads. For regret's sake, Loki felt he should inquire further. In all honesty, he had little interest in folk art, but it would cheer her up. But yeah, I think you guys have also, like, hear me said that throughout the whole common route. It's for sure made you believe that the game's true route is the law route. But maybe if I actually do the mingle segments with people that are already corrupted, it might change it. Maybe it's actually more ambiguous that there is no true route. Like both routes can actually be good. It's just that because it's the options, or not the options, but the way you get those scenes is just not, it's not very linear, right? So it's very difficult for you to actually get a good grasp on what it is that they're trying to do. Like when I was doing every evil thing with the corruption of the goddesses, there was not really a lot of scenes where I was like evil, right? The choices that I made were evil, but even in the whole story, there wasn't really any evil scene. Because I didn't get that mingle scene with the goddesses when they were corrupted. But yeah, hopefully that changes when I do the common route for the law route. As he continued to inspect the shipments, Loki planned to passively listen to Regret, but
はい、これはブラウスの伝統的な民芸品なんですよ。職人さんが一つ一つ手作りしてるから大量生産はできないですけど、名物の一つなんです。
huh, handcrafted, eh? It's pretty finely detailed.
それに全部が同じというわけじゃなくて、職人さんの遊び心が入ってるんです。例えばこのクマは鯛を加えてます。普通のは鮭なんですよ。こんなのを見つけるなんて縁起がいいですね、ロキさん。
Regret beamed. Loki was glad she brightened up, but now something else was on his mind. That being, it's bland. Unable to take anymore, Loki said what was on his mind. Now that there was no going back, he swiftly laid into Regret. If you have the skill to make a sculpture with this much detail, why waste it on a bear with a fish in its mouth? Typo? Glatz hardly has the resources to produce anything as it is, so you should at least make art that'll attract consumers. I was gonna say customers. You think the demon realm wants this? I don't care if it's tradition or whatever, but you can't seriously expect this to catch on anywhere. Overwhelmed by his aggression, Regret found herself apologizing. She picked up the wooden bear and looked up at Loki with tearful eyes. Me? Let's see. So I'm supposed to say Goddess Dolls here to get another conquest point. Boom. Goddess Dolls, maybe. Yes, a beautiful goddess's image should even draw the eyes of men in the demon realm. Not a bad idea, don't you think? Regret timidly shook her head, but in truth, the compliment on her beauty seemed to make her blush. After he had nearly forgotten her a moment ago, Loki's frank comment on her tickled her pride. But then, make no mistake, the people of the demon realm wouldn't worship a goddess from Yggdrasil. We'd need you to pose as suggestively as possible, and if you're willing to do it naked, I'd expect some outstanding sales. The thought of a statue of her being an object of desire made Regret shout. Loki's plan ultimately grinded to a halt. And the wooden bear was so uniquely simplistic to the demon realm that it turned out to be a decent hit. Alright, so to end this chapter, I really just need to kill those 2 units, but like I said, we're gonna have to wait until Thor gets to, or sorry, Odin gets to mingle 40, so, or sorry, 20. So we just need to wait up for 4 more turns. So I will see you guys in a tiny bit. And I'm back. This is the scene that you get after Thor's, or sorry, I keep saying Thor for some reason, even though this is Odin. Odin's second H scene, or second training H scene. So yeah, you're supposed to say that that's not right here, or not really, to get her affection point up. This is when you saw her at the bridge of the Sinmara. Or do you call this the bridge or the deck? But yeah, you get a Thor. What the? They actually attack and you can occupy them. This is so stupid. But yeah, we're gonna go do Divine Lightning. This is what we want actually. And after this, all I need to do is actually finish the chapter. Loki was at war with an enemy army. They were at a standstill, and until they found some way to end it, Loki feared the fight may be drawn out. I think it's about time. Take care of this, Odin. As such, constructing a plan to break through this was Loki's duty. He kept Odin on the sidelines until this moment, when he ordered her to move out. She had been closing her eyes and focusing up until then, but opened them to assess the battlefield. Her eyes displayed grief over having to wield her power. But Odin knew someone had to end the battle. Therefore, the least she could do was end it with the fewest deaths possible. Odin stared at a single point in the battlefield, then fused her 4 floating blades into the giant divine spear Gungnir. Then she leisurely readied the spear and fired it at the enemy camp. The heavenly spear acted as a giant comet and blew the center of the enemy army away. It was impactful enough to rob them of their morale. The battle ended with Loki's victory. Your divine gear always seems so remarkably powerful. Sorry, that's my bad. I figured out that much. I kinda forgot that Odin talks so slow. It's been a while since I actually had to do, a regular scene with Odin. I figured out that much. Using the Chief God's power judiciously would hurt the people's trust in me. I'll use you strictly as a trump card. Odin approved of Loki's response and stoically nodded. With that topic of discussion over with, Loki suddenly wondered about something. Alright, so how do you aim the spear? I can't imagine you just eyeball it. What? Considering the extremely long distances from which she typically attacked, her accuracy was a thing to behold. Loki assumed there was some secret, but it seemed to lay with the Chief God's abilities. I see. So that's it. If you wanted, I wouldn't mind breaking the seal for you. Yeah, see, the fact that this conversation was not integrated throughout the whole episode or throughout the whole main story is quite interesting in my opinion. Because Odin kept mentioning that she sealed herself and her memories for whatever reason, but there was no mention about actually trying to get rid of that seal even though we had the Heart of Yggdrasil. So it doesn't make sense to me. Because we found out that the Heart of Yggdrasil is in Loki in Chapter 6, or at the end of Chapter 6. But she never even mentioned that. So maybe in this common law route that I'm doing, we actually might be able to see something with Odin. Let's see, I'm supposed to choose if the situation demands to get 1 conquest point. Depends on the situation. The war will only get more turbulent from here. There's plenty of reason to believe I'll need your full power. I'll keep that in mind. Okay, so we should have 18, 17, 10 Fina affection, 7 Turka affection, 7 Freya affection, and 4 of everyone else. Yeah, 4, 4, 4. Fenrir has 3, Hel has 2, Yorm has 2. Okay. So I will see you guys in a scene that we haven't really seen anymore. But I don't think that the ending scene for Chapter 6 is the same. I think we're gonna see you guys once I get Hel, Yorm, and Fenrir back which is still quite a while. So see you guys in a tiny bit. There we go, we are at chapter 7 now, and because we got Yorm and also Hel at 2 affection, now Yorm is gonna join us after we recapture Turka, or take back Turka. Huh, surprisingly humble of you.
だってイミルお兄ちゃんも死んじゃったし、ロキにも勝てないし、ロキのママみたくなったおじいちゃんに従ってても面白くないじゃん。
Sounds like you're sort of reasoning. It seemed that Yorm only fought out of her antagonism toward Loki. And now that she acknowledged his strength, she was startlingly docile. Loki knew that deception wasn't Yorm's strong suit, so he took her at her word. Alright, then surrender, Yorm. Depending on how this goes, I might give you something else fun to do. That's so weird. Something else fun to do. I think that's supposed to be just something fun to do.
それってあたいにおじいちゃんと戦えってこと？
If you're so inclined, I'll tell you more about that later. Objectively speaking, Yorm's combat talent was fairly valuable. As long as he reined her in, she should be fairly useful. Adding her to his pawns was worthwhile enough.
わかった。実は劇場のやつら感じ悪くてムカついてたのよね。
Then it's a deal. Loki lowered his weapon and held out his left hand. Okay, I think we can skip this one now. Yup. More shipping towards Turka and Loki. Oh, what's this? This is new. Not that she was any replacement, but Yorm joined the army as one of their few gains in the brutal war. Oh, this is probably just this one sentence. Yup. Okay, next what I need to show you guys is Yorm's scene. But we also need to get Hel back, so I will see you guys after one turn once I get Hel back. And we're back, and with this like awesome music too. But yeah, I just want to show you guys Yorm's scene here. Scream for me. Oh my god, this is gonna be an 8 scene. Oh my god, I can't believe this. A third 8 scene. Oh well, I guess it is what it is. I did say this is gonna be at least like 5 hours. For people on Patreon anyway, there's like 3 8 scenes throughout the whole 4 sessions that I recorded for this, so you guys on YouTube probably will see like 4 hours instead of 5. When Loki pushed the creaky door open, the smell of mold agitated his nose. He so seldom popped in during interrogations that Garm looked surprised. Well, did he talk? Oh, maybe this is not an 8 scene.
いや、そいつはまだだが、何も大将自らこんな場所までやってくることはないんじゃねえか?
Hey, I was a bit curious. So, how's it looking? He jerked his head toward the prisoner chained to the wall. Garm shook his head and shrugged. They didn't make him a captain for nothing, I suppose. This prisoner of war from a previous battle presumably knew important information on the enemy's formations, so Loki ordered Garm to interrogate him. But from what he could see, it was taking some time. In fact, the restrained prisoner had painful wounds all over his body, but his eyes still appeared to hold the spirit of defiance. Looks like it's your time to shine. Come in, Yorm. Oh, sorry about that. Garm looked at the entrance with shock. It didn't take long before the petite girl appeared.
こんな場所にあたいを呼び出すなんていい度胸してるわね、バカロキ。
I have the perfect job for you. Don't kill this man, but hurt him as much as is otherwise possible to make him cough up some info. Yorm snorted and waltzed up to the prisoner. Garm anxiously looked at her, then at Loki. Who knows, but her abilities are suited to it. While they were talking, Yorm took out her giant claw and equipped it to her hand. As Loki and Garm watched, she used the tip of the claw to scratch the prisoner. A red streak appeared on his chest that immediately began to ooze blood.
そうよねこんなのはその口よねだけどあたいの魔装は暗く虹のビブロスタ大変なのはこれから
Oh, sorry about that. Next, she delivered a sharper cut to his flesh. The man endured it well enough until, a moment later, his face twisted with pain.
痛かったでもこれからどんどんきつくなってくわよこの大爪は傷をつけるたびにその痛みがどんどん増幅していくんだから最後はあんた痛みのあまり発狂しちゃうかもそうなる前に降参した方が身のためじゃない
Yorm laughed with amusement, then promptly began to flail the claw. The prisoner's eyes expressed more horror than he had ever felt. A blood-curdling scream filled the room. The man spasmed and bit his lips so hard that it dripped blood. Loki had been through some fragment of that pain once before, and even that was unbearable. The prisoner's eyes rolled back in his head while his mouth frothed and his bound body flopped around. The claw wounds themselves were no big deal, but apparently supremely agonizing. Ultimately, the prisoner broke before the fifth slash. He held out well, you could say. Yorm disabled her Dark Year's effects and headed back toward Loki. Loki left the rest of the interrogation to Garm and thanked Yorm for a job well done. That helped a lot, Yorm.
当たり前よでも痛みってよっぽどすごいものなのねどんなに取り繕ったやつも絶対アホ面さらすことになるんだから
The pain from your dark gear is unique, so there's that.
でもちょっと気に入ったかもロッキの命令なのは尺に触るけど高殿の悲鳴を聞けるのは面白いわね
Would you be willing to help with an interrogation again?
一番聞きたいのはあんたの悲鳴なんだよね
Unfortunately, you'll have to make do with other people. But letting Yorm handle interrogations might have been a good idea. The problem was that she might go too far and forget the actual objective, however. I'm supposed to leave this to Yorm to get one affection with her. Boom. Alright. From now on, interrogating prisoners will be your job.
気が利いてるじゃないロッキーの代理人よ
Oh, sorry about that. As if she were imagining it, Yorm's cheeks turned a dash red. After that, Loki listened to Garm's report and left the room, but Yorm stayed put for a while and continued to torment the prisoner. What a girl. Okay, I'm gonna go get this and we are gonna go get Hell, but I will see you guys once we get to that scene. And we're back after conquering Hell's territory, so here we are. Alright, I never wanted to kill your troops regardless. More importantly, I'd like you to fight alongside me.
私を陣営に迎えるというのか
Hell's surprised eyes looked at Loki. I told you the same thing during our encounter in the Apocalypse's cave. Don't serve Ymir, serve me. Hell murmured and waveringly stared. But when she got a hold of herself, her lips curved into a smile.
そうだったなそしてお前は私が従うだけの技量を示した一度ならず二度までね
You'll come with me then, Hell. Loki confidently held out a hand. Hell gripped it firmly.
今のロキならバルバドにも納得してくださるだろう
My father. Loki didn't expect to hear that name. He furrowed his brow.
言っていなかったがその昔私はファルバドの下についていたその強さは長年の私の目標だったのだデズルンドの姿を初めて見た時は驚いたぞ何しろファルバ殿にそっくりだったからな
Considering this girl was supposed to respect Farba, the fact that Surt just told her you know, Farba defected and became a traitor, she didn't seem to put up much resistance toward that. Is that right? People are connected in surprising ways. Hell's eyes were like a dreaming maiden's, full of admiration. Loki had never seen her like that before. Nobody else knew the depths of her feelings, most likely. Given it was about her father, Loki was curious to hear about that at some point. Her love for him is obvious. Is that why her feelings for me, his son, are so conflicted? Thinking about it now, Hal's stern treatment of me might have had the same cause.
どうかしたか？ニヤニヤと笑って。
No. Loki only had to keep up with the subtleties of her heart, he decided. It was possible that her feelings for his father were the key to getting her in his grasp. Loki kept his calculations to himself and nodded to Hel. As far as wanting to surpass my father goes, I feel the same way. Surt killed my father. Avenging him isn't really the point, but I do want to settle this with my own hands.
ああ、私も及ばずながら手を貸そう。共に鶴との暴虐を止める。
They crossed their weapons, making a shrill metal sound. Enemy and ally alike cheered from all around them. Loki approached the carriage just as Freya came out, holding onto Thor's shoulder for support. Freya Oh, I think I can actually already skip this. Yep. Now that Hel joined the army too, it came time for Loki to find a concrete path to defeating the Dark Lord. Not yet, Loki. We gotta get Fenrir first. But yeah, it should be the same scene though for Fenrir. So I will see you guys in a tiny bit. And we're back. An enemy ambush squad hit Loki's army with a side attack. Their failure to spot the opposing troops was presumably because they used perception obstructing magic. Loki's reserve squads were also being held back, according to reports. The enemies came at them like they were ready to die. They went after Loki specifically, bulldozing straight toward him. Their blades seemed likely to reach Loki. A special assassination unit, I presume. This is no ordinary army. It looked like they were trained for this purpose. But they're limited in number. Can't we surround and annihilate them? Shall we throw them some bait then? Loki readied his halberd and turned his horse around. Garm picked up on his plan and gave him a nervous look. It's me that they want. If I show myself, they'll have to come after my head. Loki tapped his head. If worst comes to worst, I'll just use my dark gear. At this stage, he still wanted to preserve his dark energy, but the alternative was to waste more time, so he had no choice. Compared to the casualties his army would suffer too, Loki using his own power was the wise decision. When Loki appeared in the front line, the enemy soldiers did as expected and headed toward him. Loki faced the rushing troops and unleashed the power of his flames. Consumed in the blazing vortex, every one of them was burned to ash. At least, that's what should have happened. They were caught in the flames, but some jumped out. With daggers at their sides, they sped like bullets toward Loki. Loki had only just fired off the flames, so he reacted a moment too late. Fireproof equipment! They planned ahead! Ah! A blade glinted before his eyes. Loki scrambled to take a defensive stance and
無様だな。この程度の連中にしてやられるとは。
a gust of wind knocked the soldiers down. Standing beyond them was Hel, who looked down at Loki with an appalled look. The remaining enemies tried to attack her, but she mowed them down with her scythe.
必殺の奇襲が外れれば玉砕するだけの増票ばかり。この苦戦は貴様の慢心だぞ、ロキ。
Hel,
高速部隊にいたはずだったよな。駆けつけてくれたのか。
the enemy's ambush squad was taken care of. As Hel said, once they failed to kill Loki, they broke easily. Loki realized he was hasty and admitted to it. Thanks for the help.
あまり手間をかけさせるな。これ式で醜態を晒していては兵にも示しがつかなくなるぞ。
This is one time where I can't argue.
だから頭を下げるな。映画見ているだろう。だいたい貴様は。
それより無事でよかったじゃねえか。
Garm made it in time to shut down Hel's complaint. Loki felt like he was dealing with Fina, so he breathed a sigh of relief.
エル様もロキの大将が心配だったんだろ。後方で足止め食ってただろうに単身駆けつけてくるんだからな。
違う。私は軍全体の状況を見た上で動いただけだ。
自分の部隊をほっぽり出してきといて、そりゃ説得力ないよな。素直じゃないぜ、大将と同じで。
That's enough of that. Go any further and you'll get your head chopped off. Loki warned Garm for his sake. As it turned out, Hela wasn't at all used to being teased. She strengthened her grip on her scythe.
私は戻るぞ。足止めの敵など片付いている頃だろうが。ここに留まる理由はないからな。
Hal turned around. Loki decided to... Okay, I'm supposed to see her off here to get more affection point. Hel, I'm sorry I failed you. I'll pay you back in the battlefield one day.
一応は期待しておこう。あまり私を失望させるなよ、ロキ。
With that last haughty comment, Hel left. In her case, disappointment would immediately lead to her defecting. If you didn't want that to happen, Loki had to get it back together. Yeesh, I can't betray her expectations. As if Hel's lecture worked, Loki would later deliver superb commands and guide his army to a grand victory. Alright, just a couple more scenes, but we are not done yet. This episode won't be done once we actually get the Sinmara there, which shouldn't be too difficult though. But I will see you guys in a tiny bit once again. And we're back with more scenes here. We're gonna go get Fenrir's wounds, and we only need, I think, 6 more scenes. Because technically we're already done with Scream for me. So this one. Loki received a report near dusk. Fenrir was involved in a skirmish with some rebels in their territory and suffered some wounds. Looking to establish control of the territory, Loki was out negotiating with the local feudal lord and only heard the news later. He didn't come running to her until late that night. Fenrir, are you okay?
あらロキちゃん来てくれたのね。
Lying in bed, Fenrir slowly opened her eyes, saw Loki, and broke out into a smile.
恥ずかしいわこの私としたことが。せっかくロキちゃんが来てくれたのにこのざまじゃない。
Just rest until you're better. She seemed healthier than expected, to Loki's relief. His army's best healers cured her, swiftly followed by freezing the wounded areas. It seemed to be effective. The doctor said that within 3 days, she could work again.
ごめんなさい。ロキちゃんのご褒美に流行るあまり油断しちゃったみたい。
No, this was my mistake. You were trying to make up for my errors. The feudal lord and the rebels had secret connections. On the surface, they had surrendered, but they awaited a chance to fight back. Loki didn't catch on to their feigned obedience until it was too late. The feudal lord discreetly sold weapons to guerrillas, and as a consequence, Fenrir suffered injuries and the rest of the suppression squad was damaged. It all started with Loki's negligence.
でもおかげでボロを出した領
両子ともども一網打尽にできたんでしょ。
That's why I was only able to get here now, though.
来てくれただけめっけものよ。ロキちゃんそっけないからたまにはこうして弱いところ見せるのも悪くないかもね。
Your departure from the army would have a severe effect on my forces. Don't say that lightly.
ありがとう、ロキちゃん。
Fenrir spotted the kindness hidden in his words and giggled. Bothered by her unusual behavior, Loki stood up. Now that he confirmed Fenrir's safety, there was no further need to stay.
待ってロキちゃん。
What?
帰る前にキスの一つくらいしていってくれてもいいんじゃない？自分の責任で私が傷を負ったと思ってるならちょっとくらい優しくしてくれてもバッチは当たらないわよ。
Well, Fenrir was already waiting for it. Her oddly submissive attitude made Loki unable to hide his bewilderment. True, this is so unlike her. Loki. So here, I'm supposed to object to get conquest points. I would have actually objected too if this wasn't me using a guide. No, I'll pass. Loki's hesitation ended when he shook his head.
どうしてよ。ロキちゃん、釣れないにも程があるんじゃない？
The fun would best be left for later, I think.
それって
If we wait until your wounds heal, we can do the full thing. Leaving it at just a kiss isn't like you.
でも例の交換条件は
The deal's off. You're willing to fight for me. I've seen that enough by now. But I don't want you to push yourself too far.
ロキちゃん。
Fenrir suddenly jumped at Loki. Hey, I told you to rest.
だってあのロキちゃんが優しいんだもの。私それだけで濡れてきちゃう。
Something is wrong with you. Just let go. You're so irritating. Loki tore her away and laid her in bed. Fenrir willingly obeyed, but impishly giggled. I'm heading out. Heal up by my next visit.
ロキちゃん。
Stop squirming! Loki had enough of Fenrir and turned away. But maybe, giving her something to fantasize about would help Fenrir heal faster, he theorized. Okay, I think next turn we're gonna get a scene with Yorm here. 3 more turns for Odin. 3 more turns for Fenrir too. And then we need to get health to 40 to get her last event before the confrontation with Sinmara, aka Cert. So I will see you guys in 1 turn. Is this actually gonna be an H scene? This music always reminds me it's gonna be an H scene even though it might not be. The brothel business was booming. Those who wanted to forget about the chaotic world they lived in, whether man or woman, human or monster, drowned themselves in sex and alcohol to indulge in their desires. In this town where hedonism was the norm, exclusive information on such topics was available. While the public enjoyed these luxuries, different factions of the industry were spreading their intelligence networks. It was the hidden face of entertainment districts.
ご苦労様。それじゃあロキちゃんに報告してくれる？
A succubus under Fenrir's command reported information she heard in the entertainment district. They sought information from all possible sources to increase their accuracy. Listening to all the data from Fenrir's spies and making the final judgment was Loki's job. By the way, what was that Honey 1 stuff about? Once the report finished, Loki asked a casual question.
ああ、あれ。部下を識別するための呼び名みたいなものよ。ハニートラップのハニーね。
I see. Loki quietly sighed. The data gathering talent of Succubi was thankfully valuable. These names weren't so silly that they had to be reprimanded for it.
他にも重要な情報を持ってきた子には特典を用意したり、これでも工夫してるのよ。
What kinds of bonuses?
私の奴隷貸してあげたりとか。
Good lord. It's always about sex with you people. You're not leaking any info, I hope.
見くびってもらっちゃ困るわね。男を手玉に取るのが陰魔の本懐なんだから。ねえみんな。
The second succubus's comment drove up Loki's anxiety. Wait, what did she say? Okay.
ああ、大丈夫よ。多分ね。
Are you sure though? Maybe Loki would need to come up with a countermeasure for this. He once again faced the succubi. I'm supposed to use positive reinforcement. Boom. We're gonna get a Fenrir affection point for that. How about I give you a reward as well?
珍しく太っ腹ね、ロキちゃん。
The succubus spies have accomplished enough to deserve it, you see. And more importantly, he wanted them as loyal to him as to Fenrir. Succubi were so carefree that this might make a good deal of time, however, or take a good deal of time. As for your reward, knowing them, something directly related to pleasure would be a natural pick. What would be best? Loki racked his brains. And... what? You have a specific request. Tentacles, eh? Such a weird... damn you demons. They were certainly used by few other than Loki, so if you wanted to get them on his side, they were the perfect method, but they're really more meant for torture or conditioning. Oh well.
あんたたち、言っておくけどロキちゃん本人は私のものだからね。
Fenrir repeated herself to make sure they knew, reminding Loki of how incorrigible succubi were. From then on, succubi with special accomplishments were treated to a taste of the tentacles. What a weird-ass scene. Okay, we're not done though. We're gonna go get Maniacal Magic Circle here, which should be Yorm's last scene. It started with a powerful Baron's rebellion. He convinced a number of other nobles to plan a coup against the Utgardian Imperial Army. I guess this is more of Yorm's backstory. The uprising sought allies across the empire, but it never grew as large as expected, ending with a battle in a single region. Hel personally suppressed the rebellion, and her power was enough that even those nobles who didn't participate were terrified. A new party within the military was formed. The rebels perceived weakness in the empire, but they only created a chance for them to strengthen their foundation. Also during the rebellion, there was an event with no official records. If the Gospi nobles got word of that, it could easily have brewed into a scandal. Dark Lord Surt's granddaughter and fourth heir to the throne, Yorm, was kidnapped. The kidnapping was orchestrated by some remnant of the Baron's army. Looks like they were trying to take you hostage in exchange for something. Back then, you were the weakest and most feeble member of the family. They probably thought it'd be easy. As he spoke, Loki watched Yorm's face. Ever since he brought her here, she had been flagrantly hostile. But once he began to speak, her expression became more uneasy. She didn't want him to find the truth he was looking for. It was written all over Yorm's face. Of course, Dark Lord Surt would never agree to such a deal. He sent Hel to wipe out your captors.
当たり前よ。ヘルお姉ちゃんがそんな雑魚に遅れを取るはずないもの。ちょちょいのちょいとひとひねるよ。
But they did have a trick up their sleeve. Unfortunately, you could say that was their downfall. Yorm turned a shade paler. Loki wasn't fully confident until he saw Yorm's reaction. His hypothesis must have been correct. The kidnappers weren't slain by Hel. It was none other than Yorm. Yorm, do you know anything about this? Loki presented her with a piece of parchment. He had analyzed the spell cast on Yorm and drawn the magic circle upon it. Your captors apparently had some curious hobbies if they used this kind of sorcery.
だから何言ってるのよ。ちゃんと説明しろ、こら。
Right. So to put it in a way even you can understand, they tried to create a slave for themselves.
あれってあたいが
Loki nodded. The spell dulled the victim's emotions and made them loyal to the caster. But that wasn't all this magic circle did. To satisfy her master's sexual desires, her body was to be made extremely sensitive to pleasure. The captor likely had some twisted love for the Dark Lord's family, but as a result of this addition, the magic circle failed. Between her dulled emotions and overpowering pleasure, Yorm went berserk. The sorcery's forceful suppression backfired and made Yorm slaughter everyone in sight, and only then did hell come rushing over. That was the truth of the incident. The defective magic circle left after effects that ate away at Yorm, removing not only her capacity for pain, but her other senses. If an attempt to cancel the spell went awry, there was no telling how her body or mind might be negatively influenced. So the court doctors had no choice but to wait and see what happened.
あんたどうしてそんなことまで。あたいだってよく知らなかったのに。
I see. Your memories of the incident are vague then. Or maybe by forgetting it, your current personality took shape.
知ったふうな口聞くな。何も知らないくせに。あんたなんか。
No, I know you very well. At the very least, I can do what those incompetent court doctors couldn't. Loki strided toward Yorm. She tried to back away, but he put his hand on her jaw. I can break the spell that invests your body. I can erase that wretched magic circle.
嘘よ。
It's true. I can do it.
何のためによ。なんであんたがあたいのためにそんなことしてくれるわけ。
Huh. I'm surprised to hear you get to the heart of the matter. Loki took his fingers off Yorm's chin and sardonically grinned. We're actually supposed to choose, for your sake here, to get a Yorm affection point, which without a guide I would never have chosen. For your sake. Yorm wasn't expecting that answer in her wildest dreams. She blinked. But Loki told the honest truth. The criminals who used the sloppy magic circle enraged Loki. It was the anger you direct at someone who tampers with your property. Regardless of how it would affect Yorm's value, Loki wanted to return her to normal. Naturally, Loki cornered Yorm up against the wall. He swiftly summoned tentacles to constrict her. Is this gonna be an 8 scene? I don't think it's supposed to be, right? But whenever I see tentacles in this game, it's just, you know, I'm getting cautious. As if she had given in, Yorm's resistance weakened. It actually is. Patreon.com/Azaikyousuke. Sorry, YouTube. I guess this is gonna be our third 8 scene for this ginormous episode. Wow, no after scene of that after that? Okay. Well, we're back, YouTube, but we are gonna skip over to the next scene, or I'm gonna pause the recording until we get to the next scene, which is going to be in 2 turns. So I will see you in a tiny bit. And we're back once again. I thought it was going to be 2 turns, but Fenrir keeps having like scenes because her mingle status is just so high up. So this is gonna be Fenrir's last scene before we get to the point where we were at, according to the guide. I can actually get another scene at level 90 or mingle 90, but we're not supposed to do it just yet. So let's do this last Fenrir scene. Hope this is not an 8 scene. Like, I don't mind the 8 scenes, but this episode is like already long as it is. And the 8 scenes are like, you know, usually 20 minutes, so it's like super long. This 4th session of my recording is already an hour of recording. That day's battle ended after about 2 hours. The armies never clashed in their entirety. Instead, smaller, independent squads engaged in small skirmishes the whole time. An opportunity for a full-on assault never came, so each side only gauged the other's power. The enemy army's vanguard retreated. While the battlefield was still heated, a single part of it was cool and quiet. Loki listened to a report, then rode his horse to where Fenrir's squad was handling things on the right flank. The odd spectacle temporarily left Loki at a loss for words. What's this?
あらロキちゃんどうこれさっきの戦いで生意気なやつがいたからちょっとお仕置きしてあげたんだけど
Around Fenrir stood silent statues made of ice. They were the enemy soldiers. Some were gallantly swinging their swords, some were terrified and trying to run, but all were frozen in their final moments. The culprit here wasn't hard to guess. Fenrir flailed her whip with a wild abandon, and this was the result. All these soldiers, impressive.
そろそろ新しいコレクションが欲しいところだったしね
What collection?
あら言ってなかったっけ私気に入った男をこうして永遠に凍らせて残しておいてあげることにしてるのセックスの相性が悪かったり飽きちゃったやつはそうした方が楽しめるでしょ
A succubus's lofty hobby, I suppose. Now that he thought about it, Loki had heard about this before. Fenrir's castle in the demon realm was decorated with many ice statues. Loki felt he got another glimpse of Fenrir's ruthless side. We're supposed to place trust on her actually, to get more affection points. This is reassuring to see. Keep it up and send all who oppose me to their graves.
私をその気にさせるくらいのいい男だからね
The war will only get rougher. Powerful enemies won't be scarce. Fenrir excitedly licked her lips.
ああやっぱりいまいちねこいつらはわざわざ持ち帰るまでもないわ
Succubi changed their minds at the top of a hat. Only a moment ago, Fenrir was staring with admiration at the ice statues. But now she didn't hesitate to swing her whip and smash them to bits. Showered in the shards of ice, Fenrir danced about and destroyed all the statues. Her succubus blood is geared toward conflict right now, it seems. The time for combat was ripe. As he gazed upon Fenrir's dance, that's what Loki felt. Okay, we actually only need to see 3 more scenes. Odin at Mingle 30 and 40. No, actually 4 more. So, Mingle 40 Odin, Mingle 30 Odin, Mingle 30 Hell, and Mingle 40 Hell. That's all we need to see. So, I will see you guys in a tiny bit. Those conquest and rain points are looking pretty good right now. And we're back. I'm actually not supposed to show you guys the Righteous Lightning scene yet. But this is also the same as all the other goddesses. So with this scene, Thor actually gets a title and also get 3 affection. But I will do this after we get to the point where we face with Sinmara, aka Surt. We'll do this one first though.
ここがロキの部下たちが鍛錬しておる場所か結構広いではないか
Odin set foot in the airship's training ground and looked around curiously. She had spent all her time in Valhalla's temples until now, so the outside world offered plenty to interest her. A monster ship was all the more intriguing. But to begin with, she was an especially inquisitive goddess. Despite her place as the greatest of the gods, she expressed interest in human affairs. That was the nature of the highest deity. Stupid monsters. 2 figures approached Odin. They were a goblin and ogre soldier in Loki's army. Monster soldiers that stood taller and broader than adult human men. When they stood by Odin, they didn't even look like a child and 2 adults. It was more like a hobbit and 2 giants.
お主たちはロキの部下かなんじゃわらわに何か用か
She was a goddess on a ship of monsters. The situation shook up Loki's army to at least some extent. Some of the soldiers couldn't help but pick on Odin. Their strong tone proved that tensions were high. The two monsters closed in on Odin, hostility written on their faces.
魔族が不安になり、その不安に押しつぶされて他者に使う。あまり人間と変わらぬな。
The two monsters were certainly comical, but Odin didn't think their actions were foolish. Their complaints were understandable. Not only were they expected to welcome a race they long quarreled with, but they had to fight alongside one another. It was hardly possible. As such, Odin didn't bother to say anything before walking to the center of the training ground and summoning her divine gear.
文句があるのであろう。なれば言葉ではなく、己の力でそれを示してみせよ。わらわに人たち浴びせられたのであれば、お主たちの意見をロキに伝えてやろうではないか。構わぬ。力の限り存分にかかってもらう。それに、お主らも討論よりこちらの方が好みであるよ。
Her petite body readied her weapon and provoked the two soldiers.
さて、まずは口の悪さから調整してやろうぞ。
A fight broke out between Odin, the goblin, and the ogre. It soon turned into a spectacle, with the surrounding soldiers pausing their training to cheer and shout. The training ground had become a melting pot of excitement, but the end arrived sooner than anyone expected. The goblin soldier took a kick from Odin and got sent flying. That the diminutive woman could launch a monster close to 2 meters tall was a shock, but all the more so when she could somehow kick in her long dress.
なんと、これでしまいか。口ほどにもないね。
The ogre approached from behind and struck Odin, but she blocked and pounded him into the floor. She used the flat of her blade, but it hit as hard as a hammer. He was inevitably knocked out. The results were predictable. Odin came out of the fight unharmed, while the two monsters were pummeled. Now they had no place to complain. In the end, it was a trivial accident. The monsters begrudgingly acknowledged Odin's power, and the problem was settled. The cheering soldiers saw the show was over and turned to leave, but just then,
どうした？まだ終わっていないぞ。
Odin coldly spoke to the ogre on the floor.
わらわに喧嘩を売ったのじゃ。まさかこの程度で終わらせるわけがなかろう。そら、早くとて。
The entertained soldiers reacted to Odin's attitude by going silent. They didn't think she would seriously kill them. If she wanted to, she had plenty of chances already. And yet the feelings Odin now expressed were disdain toward monsters, and the merciless desire to destroy them that characterized a goddess. Training's over. Everyone, return to your posts. Loki's command got the dead silent room moving again. The soldiers went on their way. Meanwhile, while Odin put away her weapon, Loki questioned her. I'd appreciate if you didn't murder my soldiers, Odin. That's a little much.
わらわにあそこまでするつもりはなかった。やはりわらわは女神だ。意識せぬところで魔族を意に嫌っておるのかもしれんな。
God, you have so many pauses in your, sentences, Odin. Odin looked just a bit forlorn. So you really hate monsters.
当然であろう。わらわは民を守る者。その民に害をなす魔族は忌むべき敵じゃ。じゃが、お主の部下と共に戦っているから一概に全ての魔族が悪だとは思えぬようになっている。これではわらわは自信として失格かもしれぬな。
I'm supposed to say here... Then control yourself for a conquest point. Boom. Then try not goading people into fights. If this keeps happening, I'll have to make you stay in your room.
それは困るの。分かった。なるべくは控えるとしよう。
And don't worry, Odin. I know your hatred of monsters very well. I'm trying to change your ways through my training. Your divine pride or what have you will soon be destroyed by my hand.
相変わらず下賤な男じゃ。わらわの神聖。お主の手で汚せるものなのか。やってみるがよ。
In another timeline, Odin, you were already tainted. No need to ask. Okay, we need... Wait, does Hell not have a scene at Mingle 30? Huh. I guess we just need to get Mingle 40 Odin and Mingle 40 Hell then. So I will see you guys in a tiny bit until we both get them to 40. I guess Hell doesn't have a scene at Mingle 30. That's interesting. Conquest 20 though, that is the right amount of conquest. But yeah, I will see you guys in a tiny bit, as I said. And I'm back. You can ignore what I said on my, before I paused the recording, but there is actually a Mingle 30 scene with Hell. I was just blind and I wasn't able to see it on the freaking guide. Okay. Rain in the Wasteland. I can't believe I didn't see this. The quiet rain soaked the cracked earth. Sunlight shone through the rain clouds and cast shadows like a veil over the land. There was no wind, only the peaceful pitter-patter of the rain. The sudden worsening of the weather made Loki suspicious. It wasn't even the rainy season, so the prospect of it raining in this region was unthinkable. The only possibility was... I knew this was Hell's doing. A weak wave of dark energy reached Loki, and then he spotted it. Hell's Blinken Double was faintly glowing. I still remember how to say that, I hope. I thought there was an N before the K. Maybe not. It had the power to summon storms, but by adjusting its energy output, a light drizzle was also within its power. The unseasonable rain was brought forth by Hell.
見つかってしまったか。
Why do this?
ふと花が哀れになってな。
What flowers? Loki noticed the flowers around Hell's feet. The long drought had nearly withered over half of them. Loki finally understood why Hell summoned rain clouds.
どこからか風で飛ばされてきた種子がここに芽吹いたものと見える。荒野に咲く花のけなげさに打たれてな。このまま枯らせるに忍びなかった。
The Storm Princess loves flowers?
意外か？
If I'm being honest,
だろうな。だが私とて美しいものに惹かれる心はある。ユグドラシルの草花はことに可憐だ。
looks like just blowing things away isn't all wind can do. Loki saw a new side of Hell. The land was covered in gentle rain and mist. It was like an expression of her feelings. While Hell watched the plants, Loki decided to. So we are supposed to stay here to get a rain point and also a Hell affection point. If you're that worried, just take them back and plant them in a flower pot. Loki crouched down, but Hell put a hand on his shoulder to stop him.
草木は自然のまま咲かせておくのが一番だ。干渉から雨を降らせてしまったが、わざわざ持ち帰るものではない。
Is that how it is? Well, killing time on such things might be fine on occasion. This was an awfully unusual sight. Nothing like how she was looking down at these flowers ever happened in the Empire as far as he saw.
ロキ、戻らなくていいのか？
I can stay for a while.
だが濡れるぞ。
That's not the worst thing.
そうか。
After a brief response, Hal said nothing more. They silently let themselves be drenched in the misty rain. Their time together was spent peacefully. Interesting scene. But only 2 scenes left before we actually confront Cert. One for 40 Mingle Odin and one for 40 Mingle Hell. So I will see you guys before the finale of this freaking episode. This ginormous, monstrous episode. See you guys. Hello, and I am back. Whew. We are almost done. Just need to do this. Do one more turn, and we are gonna be finishing off with Hell's Mingle 40 event. So let's do it. Odin was wandering back and forth outside the airship's kitchen. She wasn't looking for a bathroom, nor was she looking for something she lost. She wanted to enter the kitchen, but couldn't work up the determination to do it.
オーディーン様、厨房に何かご用でしょうか。
The head chef spotted her and approached.
いや、その、なんだ。以前昼食で食べた暗黒シチューとやらは実に美味であった。だからその、今日も同じ料理を所望したいのだが。
The shy goddess mustered up the will to state her business.
はい、すぐに調理いたします。
The head chef was wide-eyed at Odin's request, but immediately got a hold of herself and returned to the kitchen. Odin had never praised her cooking or asked for more of the same dish. It was proof that she was slowly, but surely becoming more accepting of monsters.
自分の気持ちに素直になるか。長く生きていて、こんな簡単なことがこうも難しいとはな。
She noticed her change of heart, but she was beginning to welcome it. This is a peculiar sight. I'm surprised Odin went to see a monster herself. We are supposed to say, leave her alone to get one conquest point. The training's effects seemed to be materializing. The day of Odin's corruption was near. Loki felt that to be the case and decided not to bother Odin. Wow, that was a short scene. Okay, I will see you guys in a tiny bit. We are very close to finishing this up. So I will see you guys in a tiny bit, as I said. And we're back. And this is probably the final time. Because, oh my god, this is the last scene we're gonna do. Before we get to that point where we get a choice when we face off against Surt. Let's do it. God, I can't believe this took so long. While Loki was doing paperwork, Hel came for an unexpected visit to his room. What was also strange was the fact that she brought documents with her. Loki took the bundle of papers and silently looked them over. A request form.
我が隊に欠員が出た。兵を補充する必要があるが、その選抜を私にやらせてほしい。
Meaning, you want me to scout for new troops.
風船部隊は適正がものを言う。使い物にならない兵を回されても、部隊の質を下げるだけだからな。
I get what you're saying, but she requested freedom to add or remove troops. New soldiers were one thing, but letting her take troops that were already assigned to other squads could cause management problems. Knowing Hel, she did have an eye for talent. If all the best troops were moved to Hel's squad, the other commanders would undoubtedly complain about unfair treatment.
困難な要求をしているのは分かっている。だが、それも確実な勝利のためだ。我が空戦部隊は必ず要求に見合う以上の戦果を上げる。
I believe you. Give me some time to think about it. Enhancing Hel's squad was certainly an appealing proposition. On the other hand, the possibility of opposition within his army couldn't be ignored. Ultimately, it was a matter of whether he wanted an evenly balanced army or one exceptional team of elites. A decision has to be made. While Hel waited for an answer, Loki looked up and opened his mouth. We're supposed to grant her permission. This'll give her an affection point and also the last rain point that we need. Alright, you can choose your own troops.
そうか。礼を言うぞ、ロキ。
Hel smiled. When it came to war, she didn't compromise. She knew her demands were absurd, so the fact that he went through with them anyway must have delighted her. But submit a list of the troops you want to me. The final decision will be mine, but I'll do everything I can to give you what you want.
まあそれは仕方ないな。
Loki didn't forget to keep her in check. Hal obediently nodded and skipped out of the room. Good lord, I can see this causing issues already. Better start taking measures against that now. The squads that had their troops taken got priority on new recruits and high-quality equipment in the plan Loki wrote up. After all the hard work Loki brought on himself, he sighed. What the? Why is she so strong? Why is she suddenly so strong? I swear I actually defeated her. Maybe it was because it was nighttime. Does she have like something that gives her like strength in the morning, in the day? Ah, yeah, because she's a goddess. She's considered a goddess. So she was super strong. Holy shit. She shouldn't be that strong. Alright, so I'm gonna go skip till nighttime here. Boom. That's what we want. Her stats, I don't think changed too much, but maybe we can probably kill her. Hopefully. Come on, my dragon squad. Jeez, you guys are getting demolished. What happened? I swear she wasn't this strong before. I think I gotta reload. Holy shit, what the hell happened? She was a jobber before, I swear. She actually lost to my... what do you call it? I'm gonna go load this one. Okay, fine. I'll use my best unit against you. Where are they? The Goddess Squad. There we go. Go, Goddess Squad. Her stats are fucking insane, though. Jesus. Thank you, Turka. Why is she so strong? Turka, you stupid idiot! Okay, I actually cannot win with just this. I remember Ogremir actually carrying me here, but I guess, yeah, we're not gonna be able to win here. God, she's so strong! Yeah, you guys understand why I want the game to be hard, right? It's because I kind of enjoy stuff like this. And I feel like... Yeah, she's attacking Freya. So Baldur should be attack... What the? Why does it bypass Baldur's defense? It shouldn't actually bypass her defense. I have no idea why that happened. God, we are getting so stomped right now. This is worse than before. Oh my god, I thought I know what the fuck I'm talking about, but I guess I didn't. Well, everyone else can probably kill this girl, hopefully. I have high hopes for everyone. Please. 5,000 damage to all of those guys. Jesus. Thank you, guys. Oh my god. Ridiculous. Hello. Future Azai here. Turns out, I actually messed up. So I thought that to get the 3 options, you actually have to have 19 reign, exactly 19 reign, and then below 30 conquest points. But I took a look at another guide, because this guide actually made me get 21 conquest and 19 reign. But for some reason, it said it's the law route ending. So I was so confused, right? Because it actually said Road to Conquest after I was done loading through the chapter. You guys on YouTube won't see this because this is like Patreon exclusive. But I already did the scene with Sinmara, aka Cert. And it didn't give me the choice. That was why I was so like confused. outing. She's not back yet.
帰還予定時刻からもう2時間以上経っています。
Shit, what is she doing? Loki stood on the bridge of the airship and crossed his arms. Thank God I have my save file on a backup, by the way. Like, I don't just straight up delete my whole save file. I just cut them and put them into a separate folder. So thankfully, this one is still there. Fenrir's squad had gone out on recon duty. Her brimming confidence betrayed him when not even a single report arrived, and her whereabouts remain unknown. She should never have been trusted with this. Loki's decision from hours ago was one he started to regret.
ロキさん、飛翔船の離陸時間が迫っています。フライトを逃してフェンリル様の帰還を待ちますか？
But if we don't follow the schedule, the start of our conquest will be delayed.
どこ行ってんだかね、あのエロオオカミ。大方任務のことなんざ忘れて寄り道してるんじゃねえか。
Or maybe, I don't know, man. Maybe the law route is actually the road to conquest. I guess we'll see. But this is so weird, though. I don't think that should be the law route at all. But like I said, I guess we'll see. This is so weird.
敵の伏兵にあって帰ってこられないという事態もあります。
Well, I guess I can take a look.
部隊がいるなんて聞いてないぜ。
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that was actually the law route. Because... Give me a sec. Let me consult the guide once again. Yeah, the chapter 8 for the law route is supposed to be called... What is that thing called? Give me a sec. It's definitely not to be called Ragnarok's Supreme Deity. Huh. Ragnarok's Supreme Deity? What the hell? That wasn't what it's called. It said Path to Conquest on my option there. Or in my chapter. The law route should be called... Let me see. Apocalyptic Destruction Deity. That's on chapter 8. I don't know, man. I guess we'll have to see. I'm so confused right now, though. But we need this extra rain point, that's for sure.
ですが、それを確かめるために出した石膏でしょう。
そうだけどよ。大将はどう思うんだ？
On the matter of whether Fenrir should be assisted, Fina and Garm had a disagreement. Knowing her personality, either of them might be right. Did her typical fickle nature act up and lead her to disappear? Or did her innate shrewdness help her find some soldiers laying in ambush? There wasn't enough information to know, but a decision had to be made at once. Loki decided to... Okay, what am I supposed to get here? So, I'm supposed to choose a wait for Fenrir for a rain point and a Fenrir affection point. Let's wait for Fenrir. I have a bad feeling.
暴くのカセマの直感ですか？
そう言われちゃ反対できねえな。
Fina and Garm were quick to agree. Fina, adjust the schedule. Garm, send out some scouts to search the area just in case.
わかりました。
分かったぜ。
Fina and Garm got moving, so only the bridge personnel and Loki remained. In reality, his hunch was nothing as concrete as Lokasenna's premonitions. It was only a mild discomfort in his chest. If this turns out to be nothing, I'll look like quite the fool. Another typo, I believe there. I'll never hear the end of it from Fenrir. And another hour later, Loki received a report on Fenrir's return.
ただいまロキちゃん、待っててくれたのね。
I wouldn't just leave you behind. So, I heard there was a battle.
ああ、谷間に砲兵が布陣してたわ。待ち伏せしようとしてたみたいだけど、こっちから奇襲をかけたらあっけないものよ。
Cannoneers. Were there? For there to be cannoneers in the valley, they must have predicted the route of Loki's airship. If Loki's army had departed without waiting for Fenrir, they would have fallen prey to the enemy's anti-aircraft cannons. That helps a lot, Fenrir. Maybe it's worth trusting a wolf girl, at least a little bit.
お、神、
By the way, why didn't you report back to me? If you had, I could have done something.
忘れてたわ。
Fenrir answered nonchalantly. That's it? That's the end of the scene? Wow. So anticlimactic. Okay, we're just gonna go stomp this girl. Yeah, no holds barred. Just destroy Fenrir once and for all. I don't even know if I can with my current lineup, but I guess we'll see. God, her stats are so fucking stupid. Alright, my dragons, do something. Might as well show you guys the fight again. Jesus Christ, she is just demolishing everyone! I'm not damaging her at all. Jesus. Well, there goes my first team. Done and dusted without damaging her so much. Can you guys kill her, please? Okay, that did some damage. Guys! You guys aren't doing very good right now. Thank you. That was stupid. Okay, we can skip now, for sure. And there should be a choice. If there's no choice, I'm actually gonna shave my head bald. Well, I already do that every week, but... You guys understand my frustration, right? Okay, the final battle. Loki purposefully said that he was dead so that he can attack the karmic casket. I'm done at last. See you guys.